Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Capturing Lin Ruomiao 1. Chapter 268, Capturing Lin Ruomiao 1. Lin Ruomiao looked at the blueprint in front of her and frowned. Listening to the whispers of the people around her, Lin Ruomiao also understood that this person in front of her was the Clear Breeze Sect's Saint Child, who was in front of her and was full of people. However, after confirming that these cultivators were here for the passion fruit, she had nothing to ask. With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao didn't take the blueprint from Clear Wind Saint Sun's hands. She said to him indifferently, "Thank you for your kindness, young master. I will take my leave." Lin Ruomiao was about to turn around and leave after saying that out of politeness. What? This little girl actually rejected Clear Wind Saint Sun's invitation? You have to know that Patriarch Qifeng is one of the most likely to become the alliance leader in this treasure hunt in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Let's not talk about anything else. If I follow the Clear Wind Saint Sun, even if one can't eat meat, I can still drink soup. That's right. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master are going to have a competition in front of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range in 2 days. When these people saw that Lin Ruomiao had actually rejected Clear Wind Saint Sun's offer, some were envious, while others sighed. There were so many people in front of the Clear Breeze sect, because Patriarch Clear Breeze had a high chance of becoming the alliance leader. If they could join the Clear Wind sect, they would be able to get more of the treasures, right? As for the Clear Wind Saint Sun, he looked at Lin Ruomiao, who had turned around and left. His hand that was holding the blueprint froze in midair, and his expression was a little awkward. All these years, with the name of the Clear Breeze sect, as long as he took the initiative to invite them, which one of them would not be pleased with him and stick to him? It had been a long time since Clear Wind Saint Sun had met someone who directly rejected him like Lin Ruomiao. He originally wanted to come to the Clear Wind sect to recruit disciples and take a look at the shop that recruited allies. Perhaps he could even take in a few powerful underlings, or find a few beautiful female cultivators. In front of the fur-clad old man's stall, Qingfeng Saint Sun was attracted to Lin Ruomiao at first glance. She was wearing a white dress, and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Wasn't she the fairy in his dream? When he saw Lin Ruomiao buying the blueprints from afar, Clear Wind Saint Sun already had a plan. He thought that as long as he helped her buy the blueprint, then used the name and resources of the Clear Wind sect to tempt her, she would be able to get it in the end. He did not expect that he would fail at the first step. Looking at Lin Ruomiao's departing figure, the Clear Wind Saint Sun was a little unwilling. After adjusting his state of mind, he continued, "Miss, looking at the direction you're going to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, right? There are many demonic beasts in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, and it's extremely dangerous. If you don't mind, you can come with my Clear Wind Saint sect." The Clear Wind Saint Sun tried his best to maintain a gentle tone. He had already promised to let her enter the mountain with the Clear Wind sect to search for treasures. This way she should change her mind. However, after he finished speaking, the Clear Wind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao in front of him without any intention of stopping. Gradually, they almost disappeared from his sight. What? The Clear Wind Saint Sun asked her to search for treasures with him, but she still hasn't turned around. I can only blame myself for not being a girl. A male cultivator sighed as he watched Lin Ruomiao leave. He knew what Clear Wind Saint Sun was doing. Clear Wind Saint Sun had taken a fancy to that girl. However, in the world of cultivation, strength was king. In order to become stronger, what was wrong with sacrificing oneself? However, the cultivator beside him slowly said, "Wake up, brother. There's everything in your dreams." Some female cultivators walked up to Qingfeng Saint Sun and said, "Brother Qingfeng, we want to go to the mountains to search for treasures. Can you take us with you?" Clear Wind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao, who had disappeared from his sight, and he was filled with anger. Looking at the group of female cultivators in front of him, he couldn't help but wave his sleeve and angrily say, "Don't bother me. Go away." Then, he walked towards the Clear Wind sect. When the cultivators of the Clear Wind sect saw the clear wind Saint Sun's anger, they quickly shut their mouths. They all stepped aside to make way for the clear wind Saint Sun. After all, they had a favor to ask. After entering the sect, the clear wind Saint Sun was led to a room upstairs by a disciple. As soon as he entered the room, Clearwind Saint Sun sat down on a chair. He slapped the table and muttered, "How dare you give me face? Interesting." If Qingfeng had not warned him not to cause trouble for the next few days, he would have taken action. He was sulking in his heart. Then, the door was opened, and a man dressed in the Clear Wind sect's deacon robe walked in. As soon as the man entered the room, he walked to the table and poured a cup of water for the Clear Wind Saint Sun. He handed it to Qingfeng Saint Sun and said, "Saint Child, drink some water and calm down." The Clear Wind Saint Sun glanced at the Clear Wind sect deacon, took the cup from him, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking a cup of water, the deacon said to the Clear Wind Saint Sun, "Saint Child, this subordinate has already arranged for someone to go over to that woman just now. I believe there will be a result soon." When he was on the Clear Breeze sect's building, everything outside the door was naturally seen by this Clear Breeze sect deacon. He was already a Supreme God Realm expert. If he fawned over Clear Wind Saint Sun, he might be able to become an outer sect elder if Clear Wind Saint Sun was happy and put in a good word for him in front of the patriarch. Hence, when Lin Ruomiao left, he sent someone to follow her. He had to ensure that he knew Lin Ruomiao's location at all times. When the Clear Wind Saint Sun heard the warden's words, he frowned and said loudly, "Who asked you to do this?" Hearing Qingfeng Saint Sun's anger, the deacon immediately lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Holy Sun, please forgive me. I acted on my own. However, this subordinate has already checked. There is no aura on that woman's body. I think she might be an immortal cultivator who has just stepped into cultivation." After hearing the deacon's words, the Clear Wind Saint Sun recalled that he had indeed not sensed any aura from Lin Ruomiao. Just like what the Clear Breeze sect deacon said, he was an immortal cultivator who had just stepped into cultivation. After calculating in his heart, he said to the Clear Wind sect deacon, "Lead the way. I want to capture her myself." Lin Ruomiao just made him lose face in front of everyone. He could not swallow this anger. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Patriarch Qingfeng 1. Chapter 269, Patriarch Qingfeng 1. In the small town, after Lin Ruomiao left the Clear Wind sect, she headed straight for the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Just as they were about to leave the town, Lin Ruomiao entered a dark and deserted alley. After making some progress, Lin Ruomiao stopped and said indifferently, "You've been following me for so long." Lin Ruomiao's words echoed in the alley. Then, several cultivators in black appeared on the walls on both sides of the alley. They held different spirit weapons in their hands, all aimed at Lin Ruomiao. Then, Qingfeng Saint Sun's laughter sounded again. "You really don't know what's good for you. From the looks of it, you're planning to go to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range alone, right? Why don't you take a look at your own strength? Why don't you follow this holy sun and live a good life in the future?" Lin Ruomiao turned around and looked at the Clear Wind Saint Sun, who was slowly walking out. Not long ago, he sensed Clear Wind Saint Sun following behind him. However, since they didn't attack her, she couldn't be bothered with them. But now that they were about to leave the town, he did not expect them to be so persistent in their pursuit. If he followed him into the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and tripped him up while he was picking the passion fruit, wouldn't that be a bad thing? With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao came here, intending to finish them off. Clear Wind Saint Sun looked at Lin Ruomiao. Now that there was no one around, it was a good time to attack. His eyes were filled with heat as he said to the surrounding men in black, "Attack!" As the Clear Wind Saint Sun's voice fell, the figures of the black-robed men on both sides swept out at the same time. They waved the spirit weapons in their hands and were about to attack Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao acted as if she didn't see the black-clothed man's actions and stood on the spot without moving. As expected of a small cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant in front of this holy sun. He would definitely teach him a good lesson when he returned. Then Clear Wind Saint Sun felt a light flash in front of him. Then he saw the men in black, who were originally in the air, fall to the ground like kites with broken strings. Meanwhile, Lin Ruomiao placed her hands on her waist and stood where she was, as if she had not been attacked at all. When the Qingfeng Saint Sun, who was a god, saw this scene, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He then said to the Qingfeng sect deacon standing beside him, "What's going on? Didn't we say that we would take him down easily?" This deacon also looked at the scene before him with a strange expression. Just now, he also thought that Lin Ruomiao was an expert. However, from the moment the black-clothed man attacked until he fell, he did not sense any aura from Lin Ruomiao's body. Even their Qingfeng sect's patriarch could not hide his aura when he attacked. Unable to understand, the deacon said to the Clearwind Saint Sun, "Saint Child, don't worry. I'll personally test it." When the Clearwind Saint Sun heard the deacon's words, he also gestured for him to do it quickly. This deacon had the strength of a supreme god realm expert, which was a whole level higher than him. It would be best if he made a move. Following that, the Clear Breeze sect deacon's figure flashed and appeared before Lin Ruomiao in a few moments. "Obediently obey the Saint Child," the deacon said to Lin Ruomiao with a smile. At this distance, he was confident that he would hit the target. However, as soon as the deacon finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. A knife mark had already appeared on his neck. "You!" The Clear Breeze sect deacon looked at Lin Ruomiao with fear in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from his neck to the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. "Don't come over, don't come over." After the Clearwind sect deacon died in Lin Ruomiao's hands, how could the Clearwind Saint Sun not understand that Lin Ruomiao was an awesome expert? Even the deacon of the Supreme God realm was killed by her. Clearwind Saint Sun could no longer judge Lin Ruomiao's strength. "Grandpa, I still have Grandpa." The Clearwind Saint Sun searched for something on his body in a panic. Then, Lin Ruomiao's figure appeared in front of him. The handle of the dagger hit Qingfeng Saint Sun's abdomen, and a light shone in front of him. A protective spiritual artifact, huh? According to Lin Ruomiao's judgment just now, her attack should have killed him. He didn't expect this kid to have a protective spirit weapon. Clearwind Saint Sun also crushed a jade pendant on his body. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao looked up at the sky. She could sense that there were already several rays of light gathering in her direction. "Forget it," Lin Ruomiao said indifferently. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the alley. After Lin Ruomiao disappeared, an angry dragon's voice sounded in the sky above the alley. Who wanted to murder my grandson?" A furious voice sounded, and an old man in an ancient green robe appeared in the alley. A few moments later, a few more figures landed in the alley. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" The sect master of the Clearwind sect said slowly to Patriarch Clearwind after he landed. They were still discussing in the hall, when Patriarch Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he walked out. "What's wrong? Look at how Feng'er has been beaten. Even his protective spiritual artifact has been shattered." Patriarch Clearwind was already squatting on the ground. In his arms was Clearwind Holy Sun, who had been beaten half to death by Lin Ruomiao. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, everyone checked their surroundings. The ground was filled with the corpses of their Qingfeng sect. One of the elders of the Clear Breeze sect walked up to Patriarch Clearbruand and said respectfully, "Forefather, I've checked. These people died from knife wounds, and they were killed in one blow." "Knife wound? Could it be the Hidden Dragon sect?" After hearing the elder's report, the Clear Breeze sect's sect master could not help but say, "Among the many forces in this small town, only the Hidden Dragon sect was skilled in saber techniques and dared to fight against the Qingfeng sect." Patriarch Qingfeng nodded. "It must have been sent by that old fellow Hidden Dragon. The day after tomorrow is the day of the Alliance leader selection. He must have wanted to use the wind to disturb my mind, so that he could directly compete for the Alliance leader." Everyone nodded in agreement. Among the many factions, only Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect's sect master were at the God King realm. They were also the strongest competitors for the Alliance leader. At this moment, an elder of the Clear Wind sect could not help but say. Ancestor, this hidden dragon sect is going too far. I'll bring people to deal with them now. No. Just as the elder was about to move, Patriarch Qingfeng stopped him. I want to personally defeat him in the competition, and let everyone know his ugly face to avenge Feng Er. Chapter 270, Bewitching Man 1. Chapter 270, Bewitching Man 1. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. On a mountain peak of Wei Yan, a magnificent cave abode stood tall. At this moment, inside the cave abode, a charming man with a golden crown on his head sat on a skeleton chair. On both sides of it were demonic beasts that emitted powerful auras. Li Wushuang, Nalin Yan, and Chu Yuanshan were sitting on the seats beside the charming man. Brother Wushuang, since we parted at the Red Cloud Divine Hall, I didn't expect you to have advanced to the Godly King realm. The bewitching man held a wine cup in his hand as he spoke to Li Wushuang. Back in the Red Cloud Temple, Li Wushuang was still a Sir God, and had interacted with the charming man. Since Li Wushuang would occasionally send some precious medicine, the charming man had treated her as his little brother. Li Wushuang quickly picked up her wine cup, and said to the man on the mountain, You're not. If we're talking about the fastest increase in cultivation, shouldn't you be the one? Now that you're a God Emperor realm expert, I should be the one to respect you. Hearing Li Wushuang's flattering words, the bewitching man glanced at her, and downed the wine in his glass. Then, he placed the wine cup to the side, and a maid filled it with water. After putting down the wine cup in his hand, the bewitching man slowly said to Li Wushuang, Tell me, what good things do you want to share with me? In the voice transmission Jade Pendant, you said that this is an opportunity for me to break through. Don't let me down by letting my ordinary son and grandson pick you up. As soon as the charming man finished speaking, the other beasts in the cave began to laugh at Li Wushuang. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes made Li Wushuang feel uneasy. After clearing her throat, she slowly said, Brother, there are too many people here. One think it's better for us to talk about this alone. As soon as Li Wushuang finished speaking, the surrounding demonic beasts began to make sounds at him. Li Wushuang looked at the beasts around her in fear, and smiled at the charming man. On the other hand, Chu Yuanshan and Nalin Yan were also slowly condensing the true essence in their bodies, afraid that these demonic beasts would suddenly attack them. After coming to the divine realm from the Tianyuan continent, the three of them were exhausted. Under Li Wushuang's suggestion, they agreed to come to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to seek help from Li Wushuang's good friend. However, this good friend of theirs seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. Seeing the reaction of the surrounding demon beasts, the bewitching man waved his hand at them, indicating for them to retreat. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of Li Wushuang's tricks. If Li Wushuang was lying to him, he would be able to kill her as easily as killing an ant. After a while, under the guidance of the demonic man, the demonic beasts in the cave let out a roar and left the cave. Only the bewitching man and Li Wushuang were left in the cave. Brother Wushuang, can you tell me what kind of great opportunity it is? After the group of beasts left, the cave suddenly became quiet. Li Wushuang said slowly to Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang smiled at the charming man and said, The reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court. According to my investigation, he's in the celestial continent in the clouds now. What is it? The reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court? The bewitching man said in surprise. Seeing the man's reaction, Li Wushuang walked up and whispered into his ear. The charming man smiled and patted Li Wushuang's back. Brother Wushuang, if our plan succeeds, we will share the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. In the future, the divine world will be ours. Chu Yuanshan and Nalin Yan, who were below, saw the devilishly charming man's excited look and knew that they had achieved their goal. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. With the addition of the Divine Emperor, the probability of them plotting to seize the position of the Lord of the Divine Court would greatly increase. Seeing that he was almost done, Li Wushuang continued, Brother, everyone knows that the Yellow Squirrel Demon Clan is spread throughout the entire celestial clouds continent. As long as you give the order, I believe that the master of the divine court will be found very quickly. When the charming man heard Li Wuxuang's words, he slowly stood up from his seat and placed his hands under his chin. He seemed to be deep in thought. "What's wrong, brother? Is there a problem?" Li Wuxuang asked when she saw the charming man standing up with a thoughtful look. In his opinion, the bewitching man should have agreed immediately. After taking a few steps, the bewitching man placed his hands behind his back and slowly said, "Brother Wuxuang, you also know that recently, the passion fruit in my coiling dragon mountain range is about to mature. A large number of human cultivators have gathered in the small town outside, wanting to fight for my passion fruit." As he spoke, the bewitching man looked at Li Wuxuang. Li Wuxuang's words alone wouldn't make him transfer his troops to find the Lord of the Divine Court. If this guy lied to him, not only would the Lord of the Divine Court not be found, but the passion fruit would also be taken away. Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Hearing about the passion fruit, Nailin Yan, who was sitting at the side, had an idea. She stood up and said to the bewitching man with a smile, "How about this? Didn't the Lord of the Divine Court just reincarnate? His strength is weak now, so he definitely wants to recover his strength to protect himself. If we use this passion fruit as bait, it won't be good to attract him over. How about this? We'll guard beside the passion fruit and not be afraid of losing it." As she spoke, Nailin Yan even revealed a few charming smiles to the bewitching male. The bewitching man looked at Nailin Yan and scanned her body. He then turned to Li Wuxuang and said with a smile, "Brother Wuxuang, this must be your sister-in-law. Why don't you introduce her?" Li Wuxuang smiled when she heard the man's words. He walked to Nailin Yan's side and was about to speak when Nailin Yan spoke up. "Nailin Yan, please take care of me, Senior. One wonder what Senior thinks about your suggestion just now." When the bewitching man saw Na Yin answer herself, he laughed and sat back down. He said to Li Wuxuang and the others, "All right, then I will go and make some arrangements. Come to my place, and let me do my part as the host. Men, take Brother Wuxuang to rest." Nailin Yan and the others were delighted when they heard the bewitching man agree. Then, a demon beast walked in from outside and brought them to the room to rest. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Explosive Flame Lion 1. Chapter 271, Explosive Flame Lion 1. After Li Wuxuang and the others left, other demonic beasts slowly walked into the cave. The bewitching man picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said to a demonic beast beside him, "Yellow one, there hasn't been anything unusual with the passion fruit these past few days, right?" After Huang Yi heard the charming man's words, he said respectfully, "Forefather, we have people guarding the passion fruit day and night." After the bewitching man heard Huang Yi's words, he slowly nodded and continued, "Yellow one, I'll go to the passion fruit personally. Keep a close eye on Li Wuxuang and the others. If there's anything unusual, tell me immediately. Huang Air, give the order to investigate what Li Wuxuang and the others have been up to." H11. The bewitching man issued orders one after another, and the demon beasts immediately carried them out. After the beasts left, Yellow One said to the charming man, "Forefather, is there a problem with Li Wuxuang? If they are here for the relic, I can bring some people too." At this point, Yellow One made a knife gesture. "No need. Just watch them. You'll know the rest in the future." The bewitching man replied slowly after he heard Huang Yi's words. Then, he waved his hand at Huang Yi. "Patriarch, I understand. I'll do it now." Huang Yi knew that the old ancestor was telling him not to ask any more questions. After bowing to the charming man, he left. After Yellow One left, the bewitching man played with the wine cup in his hand. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. After all, he was an old demon who had lived for many years. If he did not have his own little plan, how could he advance to the God Emperor realm? Outside the coiling dragon mountain range, a woman was walking at the front, followed by a few men. From the looks of it, they were a small team, and this woman was their leader. Moreover, From their clothes that had a dragon carved on them, it could be seen that their backgrounds were not weak. "Miss, let's go back. If the sect master finds out, we won't be able to keep our lives." A man walked behind the woman and slowly advised her. "What are you afraid of? With me here, Father won't do anything to you. It wasn't easy for you to escape. No matter what, you have to kill a few demon beasts before returning." The woman had a valiant aura. When she spoke, she clenched her small fists tightly and looked like she was fighting. Hearing the woman's words, the other cultivators behind her sighed and quickly followed. They were the disciples of the Hidden Dragon sect, and the person in front of them was the daughter of the Hidden Dragon sect's sect master. They didn't just know that their young miss liked to fight. It was just that this coiling dragon mountain range was really too dangerous. If anything happened, they would lose their lives. Soon, they were about to enter the territory of the coiling dragon mountain range, where the demonic beasts often appeared. A man was a little worried, so he walked up to the hidden dragon saintess and said, "Miss, one think there's something unusual about the coiling dragon mountain range today. Let's go back. The sect master is going to compete with Patriarch Qingfeng tomorrow. We don't want him to worry." Yes, I know. Let's walk for a while more. If there's nothing else, we'll go back." Hearing the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator's words, the woman only replied impatiently and continued walking forward. This coiling dragon mountain range was not as dangerous as the legends said. Up until now, they had not seen a single demon beast. Roar! Just as the woman took a step forward, she heard a roar. Then, a lion covered in flames walked out from behind a tree. This is an explosive flame lion. A Hidden Dragon sect disciple said in horror the moment he saw the fiery red lion. "Don't panic, let me do it." When the Hidden Dragon saintess saw the lion, she was excited and rushed towards it. The ring on her hand flashed, and the broadsword appeared in her hand. "Eat my blade." The Hidden Dragon saintess shouted, and hacked the lion's head with her saber. Bang! After being hit by the saber, the explosive master's body flew backward and crashed into a big tree. "Miss, are you alright?" After the Hidden Dragon saintess defeated the lion, the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator walked up and asked her with concern. The flaming lion was a common demonic beast in the cultivation world. They lived in groups. Moreover, he was born with the talent to be close to the fire element. His mastery of the flame law could be said to be an expert in the demon beast world. Fortunately, the explosive inferno master that they encountered did not seem to be very powerful. It had the strength of a god, just like them. Roar! Being attacked by the Hidden Dragon saintess, the inferno lion roared angrily. The true essence on his body slowly condensed, forming a few fireballs on his back. Roar! The inferno lion roared, and the fireball flew toward the Hidden Dragon saintess. Seeing the incoming fireball, the Hidden Dragon saintess and the others quickly jumped off the ground, and the fireball hit the ground. "Good fellow," the Hidden Dragon saintess said excitedly, as she looked at the fallen leaves and branches on the ground that had turned into ashes after being hit by the fireball. He charged at the lion again and slashed at it with his saber. Roar! The inferno lion was naturally unwilling to fall behind. It also roared angrily and opened its mouth to face it. "Help, miss." The few Hidden Dragon sect cultivators looked at each other and then flashed to the side of the lion. True essence gathered on his body, and all kinds of spirit skills flew out from the hands of the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator. Bang! After being hit by so many spirit skills, the fiery lion fell to the ground and did not stand up again. "What are you guys doing?" The Hidden Dragon saintess was naturally a little angry when the battle was suddenly interrupted. She questioned the group of Hidden Dragon sect cultivators. "No, Mississippi. We should go back now." A Hidden Dragon sect cultivator smiled at the Hidden Dragon saintess. The reason why they had attacked earlier was also because the fiery lion was a demonic beast that lived in groups. If they quickly dealt with him, they would attract more fiery lions, and they would not be able to escape. The Hidden Dragon saintess stomped her feet in anger when she saw the smile on the Hidden Dragon sect cultivator's face. He looked up at the sky and remembered that tomorrow was the day of the sect master's battle. He glared at the hidden dragon sect cultivator unwillingly and was about to get up and go back. It was not that she really wanted to go back, but if her father found out, he would definitely keep a close eye on her, and it would be even harder for her to walk out. When the hidden dragon sect cultivators saw that the hidden dragon saintess was willing to go back, they heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! 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 However, they had only taken a few steps when a series of angry roars came from behind them. Chapter 272, Chapter 272. What bad luck, encountering a mortal one. Chapter 272. What bad luck, encountering a mortal one. What was going on? The group of hidden dragon sect cultivators looked behind them and saw that there were many inferno lions glaring at them. Not good. Protect, miss. In the crowd, a hidden dragon sect cultivator shouted, and then picked up the weapon at his waist, looking like he was facing a great enemy. When the hidden dragon saintess heard the furious roar of the lion again, she was delighted and turned around to fight. After seeing that there were actually so many inferno lions behind him, the fighting spirit in his heart was instantly extinguished. In her perception, these explosive inferno lions were only stronger than her. Father said that explosive inferno masters are demonic beasts that live in groups, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them. Let's hurry back. At this moment, the hidden dragon saintess finally said that she was going back. Although she was aggressive, she also cherished her life. She would not be so stubborn as to fight with so many powerful demon beasts. As soon as the hidden dragon saintess finished speaking, a group of hidden dragon sect cultivators began to protect her and escape out of the coiling dragon mountain range. Among the lions, one of them, which was obviously larger than the other demonic beasts, looked at the corpse of the lion that had just been killed by the hidden dragon saintess and the others. Obviously, the inner core of this lion had been dug out by them. With a furious roar, he said to the group of lions, "Chase after them, don't leave any survivors." In the past few days, they had just received an order from the demon emperor that there would be human cultivators entering the coiling dragon mountain range in the near future. He had told them to prepare for war and be ready to fight at any time. He did not expect his youngest son to be killed by a human today. Following the order of the fiery lion king, all the fiery lions gathered their vital essence and threw fireballs in the direction of the hidden dragon saintess and the others. Bang! 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 Fireballs fell from the sky like meteors, falling beside the hidden dragon sect cultivators. After a series of attacks, some hidden dragon sect cultivators were hit by the fireballs and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, the inferno lion's sharp claws pressed him down and swallowed him. Run! The hidden dragon saintess also knew that she had gotten into big trouble this time, so she quickly shouted. Elsewhere, Lin Ruomiao left the small town after escaping the detection of Patriarch Clear Wind and the others. She went to the outer perimeter of the coiling dragon mountain range alone. Looking at the parchment in her hand, Lin Ruomiao muttered, "If we enter from here, it's because it's the closest and there are fewer demon beasts along the way." After confirming the route, Lin Ruomiao kept the parchment back into her interspatial ring and walked towards the coiling dragon mountain range. After walking for a distance, Lin Ruomiao frowned and looked ahead. At this moment in her line of sight, a woman and a few cultivators behind her were dressed in a sorry state, and behind them, there were explosive lions. Flaming lion. Lin Ruomiao saw the inferno lion behind the hidden dragon saintess and recognized them at a glance. As the hidden dragon saintess and the others were fleeing, they suddenly saw Lin Ruomiao appear in front of them. Delighted, the hidden dragon saintess waved at Lin Ruomiao and said, "Fellow Taoist up ahead, I am the hidden dragon sect's holy maiden. If you can help me, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Lin Ruomiao continued walking forward after hearing the hidden dragon saintess' words. She showed no signs of helping. Now she no longer had much sympathy for these cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, which was the eternal law of the cultivation world. Seeing that Lin Ruomiao was ignoring them, a hidden dragon sect cultivator couldn't help but glance at her. Then he said to the hidden dragon saintess, "Miss, that person doesn't seem to have any aura. He seems to be immortal." "Mortals?" the hidden dragon saintess said in surprise as she ran. In the immortal realm, mortals were a rare species. It was not easy to meet a person. He thought that he was a top-notch expert, but he did not expect that he was just a mortal. Today, his luck could be said to be extremely unlucky. He actually met a mortal. A cultivator beside the hidden dragon saintess said to her, "Miss, one think that this mortal will definitely become food for the demonic beasts after entering the coiling dragon mountain range. Why don't we let her contribute to us before she dies?" The hidden dragon sect disciple looked at the approaching lion. At this speed, they would be caught up sooner or later. Then, he pulled the hidden dragon saintess and ran towards Lin Ruomiao. "You want to?" The hidden dragon saintess clearly understood what this cultivator meant. They could use the time the explosive Inferno Master had to devour Lin Ruomiao to travel a little further. Perhaps they could leave the coiling dragon mountain range. With this thought in mind, the hidden dragon saintess didn't plan to stop this cultivator. "Forget it, this mortal is going to die anyway. It's not a good thing to lose my life." Lin Ruomiao looked at the hidden dragon saintess and the others who were running towards her, but her expression didn't change, and she continued walking on her own. When the hidden dragon saintess and the others passed by her, they looked at her as if she was a dead person. Roar! The Inferno Lion arrived in front of Lin Ruomiao in the blink of an eye. He looked at Lin Ruomiao with contempt, and the sharp claws in his hands were about to attack him. Lin Ruomiao's expression remained unchanged as she slowly walked over. With a flash of light, the lion fell to the ground and did not get up again. Bang! The sound of the lion hitting the ground naturally caused the hidden dragon saintess and the others to react. What was going on? The hidden dragon sect cultivator, who had suggested using Lin Ruomiao as a shield, looked at the Inferno Lion on the ground with a puzzled expression. When the Inferno Lions saw their companion fall, they stopped in their tracks. Seeing that Lin Ruomiao was still advancing, he exchanged glances with her before letting out a furious roar. Attack together! A group of lions rushed forward. Lin Ruomiao finally reacted. She paused for a moment, and an emotionless voice came out of her mouth. "Skyblade, wind-killing blade." As the voice fell, the hidden dragon sect saintess and the others felt their eyes flash. After leaving a few afterimages in the air, the group of lions fell to the ground one after another. The hidden dragon saintess and the others looked at the scene in front of them. They were so shocked that they could not say anything. Even when they saw the hidden dragon sect master make a move, it did not give them such a huge shock. How is this immortal? He's clearly a senior with a heavenly cultivation base. The hidden dragon saintess muttered. The hidden dragon sect cultivator, who had planned to use Lin Ruomiao as a shield, was drenched in sweat. He had actually used a peerless expert as their shield just now. With this senior's cultivation, how could their actions escape his eyes? With this thought in mind, they saw Lin Ruomiao standing in front of them. She turned around and glanced at them. The moment she stared at him, the hidden dragon sect cultivator felt as if his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Chapter 273. Chapter 273. The Eve of the Competition. Chapter 273. The Eve of the Competition. When the hidden dragon saintess saw Lin Ruomiao's gaze, her body trembled instinctively. She said to Lin Ruomiao, "How many times have we thanked you for saving my life, senior?" As the hidden dragon saintess finished speaking, the other hidden dragon sect cultivators lowered their heads and said, "We thank senior for saving our lives." Lin Ruomiao glanced at them indifferently before turning her head and continuing forward. Looking at Lin Ruomiao's back, a hidden dragon sect cultivator couldn't help but say to the hidden dragon saintess, "Miss, I think it's better for us to report this matter to the old master when we return. Such an expert suddenly appeared in the coiling dragon mountain range, and we have offended him." Yes, One still have to go back and report this matter to father. I'll apologize to him later. The hidden dragon saintess nodded in agreement. Although she was usually aggressive and mischievous, she still had a basic judgment in this kind of situation where her family might be wiped out. Even her father found it difficult to deal with the lion, but it was easily dealt with by this senior. This was enough to show that the senior just disdained to pay attention to them. The town's central square. This square was originally designed for the recruitment of small teams of cultivators who went to the Coiling Dragon mountain range to hunt. At this moment, the square was surrounded by a large group of cultivators, and the entire square was surrounded. Hey, who do you think will win today's competition? Is it Patriarch Qifeng or the Hidden Dragon sect master? In the crowd, a cultivator patted the shoulder of a person beside him and slowly said, "It's hard to say. Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon sect master are both god kings. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is to choose a powerful alliance master. When we enter the mountain to search for treasures, it will be easier to deal with the demon beasts in the Coiling Dragon mountain range." Another cultivator shrugged and said indifferently, "Look, the people from the Clear Wind sect are here." A cultivator pointed at the figures at the entrance of the square and said excitedly. Accompanying the sound of his voice falling, everyone's gaze gathers at the entrance of the square. A group of green-robed elders of the Clearwind sect and Patriarch Clearwind were slowly walking towards the square. Wherever they went, the cultivators around the square automatically made way for them. After sitting down on a chair at the side of the square, Patriarch Qingfeng scanned the entire square with his spiritual sense and slowly said, "He really knows how to put on airs. That old fellow Qianlong. I will definitely become the alliance leader today and avenge Feng'er." On the other side, at the entrance of the Hidden Dragon sect, a group of Hidden Dragon sect elders were already prepared. They looked like they could set off at any time. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble looked into the distance with an anxious expression. He said to a white-haired old man beside him, "How is it? Did you find Ling'er?" Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man replied, "Sect Master, I've already sent people out to look for her. I believe we'll be able to find the saintess soon." Very soon? It had been so long. But not only did he disappear, but he couldn't find her even if he went to look for her. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. The Hidden Dragon sect master was clearly a little angry when he heard the old man's reply. He cursed at everyone. On the other side, a Hidden Dragon sect elder with a long beard walked to the side of the Hidden Dragon sect master and slowly said to him, "Sect Master, it's about time to set off. Otherwise, if we miss the time, the alliance leader will be snatched by the Qingfeng sect." The Hidden Dragon sect master coldly snorted when he heard the old man's words. He waved his arm and said to the white-haired old man, "Stay here and continue to look for Ling'er. Remember, when I come back, I want to see Ling'er in front of me." The white-haired old man hurriedly agreed upon hearing the words of the Hidden Dragon sect master. The Hidden Dragon sect master whistled when he saw how submissive the elder was. Then a black tiger ran out of the sky and roared. After riding on the black tiger's back, the Hidden Dragon sect master and a few elders turned into a stream of light and flew towards the town square. Not long after the Hidden Dragon sect master left, the Hidden Dragon saintess and her group slowly appeared at the entrance of the Hidden Dragon sect. When a Hidden Dragon sect cultivator saw them, he hurriedly said to the white-haired old man who had just walked in, "Elderly, the young miss is back, the young miss is back." The white-haired old man quickly turned around and walked out of the door. Then, he saw the Hidden Dragon saintess whose face was covered in dust. He quickly walked up and said to her, "Holy maiden, you're finally back. The sect master has been looking for you for a long time." The white-haired old man was also a little worried when he saw the Hidden Dragon saintess covered in dust. When the Hidden Dragon saintess saw the white-haired old man, she said to him in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Uncle Lee. I've made you worry. Where's father? I have something important to tell him." "Sect Master, The sect master has already gone to the square to compete with Patriarch Qingfeng. The white-haired old man quickly responded to the hidden dragon saintess question. The hidden dragon saintess said to the white-haired old man with a smile when she heard that the hidden dragon sect master had gone to compete. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Li. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the town square. Holy maiden, you just came back. Are you all right? The white-haired old man asked worriedly when he recalled the hidden dragon saintess's dejected look. However, the hidden dragon saintess had already disappeared from his sight. When the white-haired old man saw the other hidden dragon sect cultivators staring at him in a daze, he could not help but curse. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, the hidden dragon sect cultivators seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly chased after the hidden dragon saintess. It wasn't easy to find the saintess. If he lost her again, he would be killed by the sect master. At the same time, in the square of the town, there was a sound of rushing wind. The hidden dragon sect master appeared on the town square on his black tiger. Look, the hidden dragon sect master is here. The hidden dragon sect master appeared, and the crowd also heard many voices supporting him. Patriarch Qingfeng, who was sitting on a chair in the square, opened his narrowed eyes. Finally, the arrival of the zero. With that, Patriarch Qingfeng's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the hidden dragon sect master. Qianlong, you are really impressive. Standing opposite the hidden dragon sect master, Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly to him. Qifeng, cut the crap and end the battle quickly. I still have other things to do. The hidden dragon sect master was already a little angry when he arrived, and now he was even more impatient. Chapter 274. Chapter 274. Alliance Leader Qingfeng 1. Chapter 274. Alliance Leader Qingfeng 1. As soon as the hidden dragon sect master finished speaking, he gathered the true essence in his body and raised his arm. A bronze saber appeared in his hand. Bang! The hidden dragon sect master jumped out of Black Tiger's body and appeared in front of Patriarch Qingfeng. The saber in his hand slashed down at Patriarch Qingfeng. Bang! The saber pierced through Patriarch Clear Wind's shadow and landed heavily on the ground, creating a series of shattered rocks. Good. As Patriarch Qifeng and the hidden dragon sect master began to fight, shouts began to ring out from the side of the arena. To them, it was not just the process of the alliance leader selection. To them, watching the battle between godly kings was also infinitely beneficial to their cultivation. Qianlong, you've bullied my Clear Wind sect too much. I don't need to tell you what you've done recently. Patriarch Clear Wind shouted at him coldly after dodging the hidden dragon sect master's attack. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master was a little confused. What have you been doing recently? He didn't have any deep hatred with the Clear Wind sect, so why would he attack him? Just as the hidden dragon sect master was dumbfounded, Patriarch Clear Wind's attack came. For wind blades! Patriarch Qingfeng shouted, and the pale green vital essence on his body slowly gathered, forming wind blades around his body. Whoosh! 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 The moment the wind blades were formed, they flew towards the hidden dragon sect master from all directions. Humph! The hidden dragon sect master snorted coldly, and the true essence on his body formed a defensive barrier around him. Bang! 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 The wind blades struck the stellar energy, creating a series of sounds. Qianlong, today I will avenge Feng Er. Wind blades flew out of Patriarch Qingfeng's body as he shouted at the hidden dragon sect master. Revenge? Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master felt that Patriarch Qingfeng was getting more and more ridiculous. Stellar energy erupted from his body, and a tyrannical aura instantly spread out, destroying the surrounding wind blades. Qingfeng, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I attack your sect? The wind blades disappeared, and the hidden dragon sect master shouted at Patriarch Clear Wind in the sky. Nonsense, then why did you say that one Feng Er am half dead? Patriarch Qifeng did not believe the Hidden Dragon Sect Master's explanation. His figure flashed, and wind blades appeared in his hands, attacking the Hidden Dragon Sect Master. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master suddenly remembered something when he saw Patriarch Qingfeng's expression. His Ling-Er's disappearance. Could it be that this old man Qingfeng thought that he had beaten up their saint child and was taking revenge on him? As he thought of this, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master felt that the possibility of this was getting higher and higher. Immediately, he was filled with anger. Qingfeng, did you take my Ling-Er away? The Hidden Dragon Sect Master raised the saber in his hand and charged at Patriarch Qingfeng. Bang! The wind blade collided with the saber, and a loud sound was heard. At the same time, it was Patriarch Qingfeng's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't captured their saintess. Could it be someone else in the Clear Wind sect? No, it should be this old thief who was shouting to catch him, trying to disturb his mind. With that thought in mind, Patriarch Qingfeng's attacks became even more fierce. What was originally a competition for the position of the alliance leader had now become a battle of grudges between the two families. The cultivators watching by the side naturally did not know about this. In their field of vision, they could only see the figures of Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master clashing continuously. As for the sounds of their conversation, they had long been drowned out by the sounds of fighting. At the same time, a figure appeared at the periphery of the square. It was the Hidden Dragon Saintess, who had rushed over from the Hidden Dragon Sect. After the Hidden Dragon Saintess arrived, a few Hidden Dragon Sect cultivators also landed behind him. After the Hidden Dragon Saintess landed on the ground, she quickly squeezed through the crowd. Make way, make way! When the Hidden Dragon Sect cultivators saw the Hidden Dragon Holy Virgin walking forward, they hurriedly opened a path for her. The cultivators who were squeezed wanted to say something, but when they saw the Hidden Dragon costumes on their bodies, they smacked their mouths and shut them up. Soon, the Hidden Dragon Saintess arrived in front of the square with the help of the Hidden Dragon Sect cultivators. When a Hidden Dragon Sect elder saw her, he hurriedly called her over. Holy Maiden, you're finally here. Do you know how hard it was for the sect master to find you? The bearded elder looked at the Hidden Dragon Saintess in front of him and said resentfully. The Hidden Dragon Saintess stuck out her tongue and looked up at the sky. Hidden Dragon, let's decide the victor in one move. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master had already fought hundreds of rounds. At this moment, he slowly said to the Hidden Dragon Sect Master, "That's exactly what one want." The Hidden Dragon Sect Master laughed when he heard Patriarch Qingfeng's words. Glory of Wind Meteorite. Hidden Dragon Slash. As their voices rang out, a huge bow formed from true essence appeared behind Patriarch Qingfeng, and a huge arrow was slowly forming on it. The sect master of the Hidden Dragon Sect also gathered the true essence in his body onto the large saber in his hand. Accompanied by a low dragon roar, the phantom of a flood dragon appeared at the edge of the saber. Both sides were preparing their own big moves, ready to use this attack to determine the winner. Daddy, you can do it! Just as the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Patriarch Qingfeng's skills were about to collide, the Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice slowly traveled over. Hearing the Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice, Patriarch Qingfeng snorted and said to the Hidden Dragon Sect Master, Qianlong, you still said that your saintess was captured by me. Now look at who's down there. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master didn't know what to say to Qingfeng Patriarch's question. The Hidden Dragon Saintess's voice had naturally fallen into his ears. In the blink of an eye, the Hidden Dragon Sect's attack was actually half a beat slower than Patriarch Clear Wind's arrow. Bang! A powerful wave of air came out from the sky, and a gust of wind blew across the faces of the cultivators present. After the violent wind passed, everyone's eyes looked towards the center of the square. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Patriarch Qingfeng stood at the side of the square, without saying a word. A moment later, the Hidden Dragon Sect's Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly, I lost. You will be the alliance leader. The Hidden Dragon Saintess' words had slowed him down by half a beat. However, The hidden dragon sect master was already very happy that his daughter could return. As the hidden dragon sect master's voice fell, the figures of the hidden dragon sect's elder and the clear wind sect's elder slowly appeared on both sides. They all cast concerned looks and greetings to their sect masters and ancestors. Alliance leader Qingfeng. After the cultivators heard that Patriarch Qingfeng had become their alliance leader, they cheered. Chapter 275. Chapter 275. Swear to the Heavenly Tao One. Chapter 275. Swear to the Heavenly Tao One. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Patriarch Qingfeng adjusted his body's weakness from the consumption of his true essence. After adjusting himself, Patriarch Qingfeng said to the crowd below, I am indebted to everyone's favor for allowing me, Qingfeng, to be the alliance leader for everyone. One also promised that one will not mistreat everyone during this treasure hunt in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The sacred object of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range has appeared for a period of time. Now everyone go back and prepare. In a few days, we will enter the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range together. Hearing that they were about to enter the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures together, the cultivators below the stage also let out deafening cheers of joy. Then, these cultivators left the town square and prepared to salvage the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Among this group of cultivators, a black-robed cultivator looked at the hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng and muttered, Two God Kings are quite a powerful force in the vicinity of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. I hope they can help me obtain the passion fruit. With the passion fruit, I can recover some of my strength. I don't have to live so cautiously. Then I'll go find the main body. This cultivator was wrapped tightly. After the group of cultivators left, he also slowly followed behind the crowd. He did not leave any footprints wherever he went, as if he had never been here before. As these cultivators slowly left, the square of the small town became deserted again. Looking at the hidden dragon sect master who was still opposite him, Patriarch Qingfeng slowly said, Hidden dragon, you didn't expect this, did you? You've schemed so much, but the alliance master is still in my hands. You still say that I captured your holy maiden? It's clearly you who injured my holy son, okay? The hidden dragon sect master also knew what Patriarch Qingfeng was talking about. However, when they entered the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures, they would suffer great losses. He then said to the hidden dragon saintess, Linger, where have you been recently? The hidden dragon saintess also knew about the trouble she had caused previously, so she immediately told everything that she had encountered in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to the hidden dragon sect master and the others. The hidden dragon saintess still had a lingering fear when she mentioned Lin Ruomiao. If it wasn't for Senior's disdain to pay attention to us, I'm afraid that we would have already become corpses lying in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range like those explosive flame lions. Hearing the words of the hidden dragon saintess, everyone looked thoughtful. As for Patriarch Qingfeng, he waved his sleeve in disdain and said slowly, Little girl, are you making up a story to deceive me? If there are other human experts near the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, how can we not know? According to the hidden dragon saintess, Lin Ruomiao must be at least a king god realm expert to be able to kill so many inferno lions in an instant. However, the only god kings who came to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range to search for treasures were him and the hidden dragon. If there were other god kings, how could they not know? According to the hidden dragon saintess description, the senior was wearing a white dress and had long hair. In his impression, the divine realm did not have a divine king powerhouse that matched this characteristic. As for the hidden old monster, it was even more impossible. If it was a hidden old monster, how could he let the hidden dragon saintess and the others come back for the sake of peace? Hearing Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon saintess was a little angry. She said slowly, No, I'm telling the truth. The hidden dragon sect master knew that although his daughter was aggressive and mischievous, she would not lie about such matters. He immediately said to Patriarch Qingfeng, Qingfeng, don't be so sarcastic. I believe what Linger said. Also, I didn't deal with your saint child at all. Oh, then do you dare to swear to the heavenly Tao? Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly. Swearing to the heavenly Tao meant that one could not cheat. Otherwise, one would be deceiving the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was not something that anyone could withstand. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master took a step forward and slowly said, If I say no, one mean no. Why wouldn't one dare? He pointed at the sky and said slowly, 1. Hidden dragon. Swear to the heavenly Tao that I have never done anything to harm the clear wind sect's saint child. If I have, 1 am willing to suffer. As the hidden dragon sect master's voice fell, a mysterious force descended on his body. When Patriarch Qifeng saw the hidden dragon sect master swearing to the heavenly Tao, he was also puzzled. Could it be that he had made a wrong judgment? At their realm, if they lied to the heavenly Tao, the heavenly tribulation would damage their foundation. Patriarch Qifeng did not think that the hidden dragon sect master would joke about this. After all, he was the strongest in the entire hidden dragon sect. It was better to wait until Fenger woke up before asking him clearly. After making up his mind, Patriarch Qingfeng smiled at him and said, Brother Hidden Dragon, one hope we can cooperate well on this trip to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Happy cooperation. Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the hidden dragon sect master also cupped his fists at him and said slowly. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Patriarch Qingfeng and the hidden dragon sect master each led their own troops back to their respective sects to prepare. In Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Elder Zhui was standing in front of the wall. His hands were touching every brick on the wall, and his eyes were glued to the wall. Yes, those guys are quite neat. There are no cracks. Elder Zhui muttered. He leaned against the wall and walked from one side to the other. After checking the walls of the courtyard, Elder Zhui walked to the ground. He bent down and pressed his ears to the ground. Then he knocked on the floor with his hands. After repeatedly knocking on the door a few times to make sure that there were no shortcuts, he muttered, The ground is not bad. Just like that, Elder Zhui inspected the courtyard from inside out and looked at the courtyard that had been almost repaired. Elder Zhui also nodded in satisfaction. According to the deadline given by the senior, he had already exceeded the time limit. If he didn't finish it soon, he was afraid that senior wouldn't look for him in the future. Beside Elder Zhui stood God King Hong Yun, God King He Tian, and the others. Their faces were covered in sweat as they looked at Elder Zhui. Everyone has worked hard. The completion of the courtyard is not without everyone's credit. I will tell senior. After Elder Zhui confirmed that the courtyard had been repaired, he was in a very good mood. He looked at the God Kings in front of him and said slowly. Chapter 276 Chapter 276. Could they be calligraphy fans 2-1? Chapter 276. Could they be calligraphy fans 2-1? Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian was lying on a rocking chair in the backyard. Beside him was a stone table with a plate of fruits on it. He picked up a grape beside him and chewed on it. Then, he picked up the white tiger lying beside the rocking chair. After rubbing his chest a few times, he saw Elder Zhui walking towards him from afar. When Elder Zhui walked to his side, Xiao Changtian also stroked the white tiger's fur and said to Elder Zhui slowly, Zhui, why are you looking for me? Elder Zhui smiled and said to Xiao Changtian, Senior, the courtyard you asked me to renovate has been completed. One specially came over to inform you. Hearing that the renovation of the courtyard had been completed, Xiao Changtian was delighted. He immediately said to Mu Jiehuang, Jiu Elder Zhui has finished renovating the courtyard. Shall we go and take a look together? Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiehuang nodded in agreement. Soon, under the lead of Elder Zhui, Xiao Changtian and Mu Jiehuang arrived at the courtyard. Senior, is there anything else that needs to be improved? Elder Zhui walked in front of Xiao Changtian, pointing at the wall that had been renovated. Divine King Red Cloud and the others greeted Xiao Changtian when they saw him. Senior. Xiao Changtian smiled at them and walked to the center of the yard, looking at the renovated walls and floor. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. When he asked Elder Zhui to renovate the courtyard, Xiao Changtian thought that it would be fine as long as there were no holes for rats to crawl in. He didn't expect the walls and floor to look so smooth. Even the top engineers in his previous life couldn't do much. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian walked into his room and took out a calligraphy painting. He handed it to Elder Zhui and said slowly, "Zhui, this is the reward I promised you." Elder Zhui looked at the calligraphy in Xiao Changtian's hand. His expression was a little excited. He slowly took it from Xiao Changtian's hand. "Thank you, Senior." After thanking Xiao Changtian, Elder Zhui felt the Dao runes coming from the painting. This was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. Xiao Changtian looked at the painting in Elder Zhui's hand and smiled. As expected, people who loved calligraphy and paintings treated calligraphy and paintings like their lives. He could easily make dozens of these paintings. Elder Zhui only asked for a few paintings for the renovation of this courtyard. To him, this was equivalent to a free ride. If he had time, he would make a few more sets for him. Xiao Changtian thought to himself. Then he saw God King Red Cloud and the others at the side. Although he did not promise to give these people any rewards, he did not want to give them any rewards. However, after all, he had renovated his courtyard for so long. It must not have been easy. He still had to give them some compensation. Otherwise, how would they explain it to their families when they went home? After all, they also needed to support their families, right? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian walked to the front of Divine King Red Cloud and said to them slowly, "Everyone has worked hard recently. I will also give you some remuneration." When Divine King Red Cloud and the others heard that they would also be rewarded, they were also excited. Senior was going to give them an opportunity. Then, they saw Xiao Changtian take out gold from his interspatial ring. Xiao Changtian held a piece of gold in his hand and said to God King Red Cloud and the others, "This is your reward. Each of you will get one." When he said this, Xiao Changtian's heart ached. This gold was his expenses for a few months. However, he had no choice. If he did not pay them, who would dare to work for him in the future? Looking at the gold in Xiao Changtian's hand, Divine King Red Cloud and the others looked at each other, not understanding what Xiao Changtian meant. Did this senior give him gold for some special reason? Even after racking their brains, they still couldn't come up with a reason. Xiao Changtian saw that God King Red Cloud and God King Black Sky didn't move. Instead, they were looking at the calligraphy in Elder Zhuyi's hand. His eyes were burning. Could it be that they were also calligraphy lovers? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Divine King Red Cloud and the others, "You want the calligraphy and paintings too, but not the gold." God King Red Cloud and the others nodded immediately when they heard Xiao Changtian's words. Xiao Changtian was delighted to receive the confirmation from God King Red Cloud and the others. He didn't expect that this group of people were also painting enthusiasts, and they were the same as Elder Zhui, who didn't want gold and wanted paintings. This was also good. He could also save a lot of money. Moreover, although he had already reached the great success realm with the system's enhancement, his painting was ordinary. He could have as many of those things as he wanted. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian looked at the group of Divine King Red Cloud. He couldn't take out such a painting at the moment, so he might as well draw for them on the spot. Then, Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiahuang, who was following behind him, "Jiaer, go to my study and get some ink, paper and brushes. One want to paint for them." When Deity King Red Cloud and the others heard that Xiao Changtian was going to paint for them on the spot, their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a while, Mu Jiahuang took out all the props needed for the calligraphy and painting from Xiao Changtian's study and placed them on the table. "Jiaer, grind," Xiao Changtian said to Mu Jiahuang. Then he walked to the table and picked up the brush on the table. After dipping it in ink, he began to draw on the white paper. As for Divine King Red Cloud and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement as they watched Xiao Changtian's every move. This was the Tao Aura. In the eyes of Divine King Red Cloud and the others, Xiao Changtian's every step was natural. The calligraphy and painting on the white paper revealed the Tao aura. As expected of a senior, every stroke contained the principles of the great Tao. Looking at Xiao Changtian's painting, Divine King Red Cloud, and the others also had some insights. In addition to the accumulation of the bricks and dust, their Divine King realm had loosened up. Black Cloud broke through the barrier of God Kings and advanced to God King Emperor. I broke through suddenly, Black Cloud God King said excitedly. When he saw Red Cloud God King and the others glaring at him, he shut his mouth. Then, the courtyard above Xiao Changtian turned black, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Not good. This is the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the God Emperor realm. God King Black Heaven, who had woken up from his excitement, looked at the sky above him, and suddenly felt a little worried. This senior was currently cultivating his heart in the mortal world and playing around. If his lightning tribulation disturbed him, then he would be in deep trouble. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Continuous Breakthrough 1. Chapter 277, Continuous Breakthrough 1. Xiao Changtian, who was painting, frowned when he heard the thunder. He paused and murmured, "What kind of weather is this?" Although unpredictable weather was a common phenomenon in the cultivation world, it was not to the extent that there would be thunder and rain without any warning. When Divine King Red Cloud heard Xiao Changtian's words, he quickly gave a look to Divine King Black Heaven, asking him to leave this place and go to another place to undergo the tribulation. "Not good, Master is angry. Let me send this lightning tribulation flying." The old hen in the chicken coop looked up at the sky and said slowly to the other animals, "There's no need for that trouble. Let me do it." In the bamboo forest, the chaos ant said slowly. Then, its two antennae moved, and a light lit up. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared, accompanied by a ray of sunlight shining down from the clouds. With the appearance of this ray of sunlight, it also meant that God King Black Heaven had successfully broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Just as God King Black Heaven was about to leave, he felt the changes in his body. Had he advanced to the Godly Emperor realm? God King Black Heaven felt the changes in his body in disbelief. Previously in the divine world, he had heard that this God Emperor lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. It must be Senior who made the lightning tribulation disappear automatically. It seems that the lightning tribulation is very afraid of Senior. Thinking of this, aside from gratitude, Black Heaven Divine King also admired Xiao Changtian. When Black Cloud Deity King broke through to the Deity Emperor realm, Xiao Changtian had also completed his first painting. He recalled the cry he had just heard. He must have been very excited when he saw his calligraphy and painting. After all, calligraphy lovers had unique feelings for calligraphy and painting. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian picked up the calligraphy and painting in his hand and said to God King Red Cloud and the others, "This first painting is done. You can take it." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Divine King Red Cloud was delighted. He walked over and took the calligraphy from Xiao Changtian. His eyes were filled with joy. Deity King Red Cloud opened the painting in his hand and saw a red sun above the white paper. Below him was a figure sitting cross-legged. Between the red sun and the figure, there were a few white clouds floating. This, God King Red Cloud looked at the painting and instantly entered a state of enlightenment. In Divine King Red Cloud's spiritual world, a magnificent figure was gathering the essence of the sun to condense his own vital essence. The vital essence surging around his body was emitting a terrifying flame law. Divine King Red Cloud looked at the scene before her in a daze. She suddenly felt that the cultivation technique she had cultivated before was of such a low level. Senior is teaching me the laws of fire, allowing my strength to rise to another level. With this thought in mind, Divine King Red Cloud carefully observed the changes in that figure in the spiritual world. While Divine King Red Cloud was observing in the spiritual world, Divine King Red Cloud, who was in Xiao Changtian's courtyard, naturally broke through to the God Emperor realm. Similarly, when Divine King Red Cloud broke through, Dark clouds would begin to gather in the sky above the courtyard. However, the chaos ants had already predicted this. Before the dark clouds formed, they were moved elsewhere. After successfully breaking through to Deity Emperor, Deity King Hong, Yun woke up from his spiritual world. However, all of this happened in just a few seconds in Xiao Changtian's eyes. Sensing the changes in her body, God King Red Cloud was also excited. She quickly said to Xiao Changtian, "Thank you, Senior." Emperor Gord and the others were both excited and envious when they saw God King Red Cloud breaking through to the God Emperor realm. The God Emperor realm was a realm that they could only dream of in the past. Xiao Changtian could feel the sincerity in her words and sighed in his heart. He was indeed a calligraphy lover. He was so excited when he casually made a calligraphy painting. Xiao Changtian saw the envious expressions on the faces of the Gord Emperor and the others, and he smiled at them. "Don't worry, everyone has a share." Then, Xiao Changtian picked up the brush again and started to draw on the white paper. After a while, Divine King Red Cloud and the others each had a painting. Xiao Changtian looked at their happy faces and felt very happy. After some small talk, God King Red Cloud and the others gradually left Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After all, the renovation of the courtyard had already been completed, and they were too embarrassed to stay. After exchanging pleasantries with Deity King Red Cloud and the others, Xiao Changtian returned to the rocking chair in the backyard. After taking a sip of the glass on the stone table, he looked at Mu Jiuhuang and said slowly, "Jiu Zhui and the others have left, right?" When Elder Zhu Yi and the others said that they were leaving, Xiao Changtian wanted to send them off, but they kept saying that there was no need. Helpless, Xiao Changtian asked Mu Jiuhuang to send them away. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiuhuang replied, "Master, Elder Zhu Yi and the others have left." Hearing that Elder Zhu Yi and the others had left the courtyard, Xiao Changtian stretched his body and took a nap on the rocking chair. He had just finished dozens of paintings, so it was time for him to rest. After Elder Zhu Yi and God King Hong Yun left Xiao Changtian's courtyard, they gathered together. Elder Zhu Yi had his own residence in the town. After exchanging a few words with God King Red Cloud and the others, he bid them farewell. For a time, only the godly monarchs who were moving bricks and dust were left. Amongst the crowd, God King Red Cloud spoke first. "Everyone, what are your plans next? Do you plan to return to the divine world or?" Divine King Red Cloud was interrupted by Divine King Dragon subduing. "Hong Yun, the situation is too small. Although we're no longer building a courtyard for Senior, if we stay in this small town and stay by Senior's side, we'll be able to help you. Perhaps one day Senior will need us in some way. At that time, we will be the first to obtain the opportunity." Upon hearing Dragon vanquishing God King's words, God King Black Heaven and Emperor Gord nodded in agreement. "I think that what the dragon said is right. We might as well stay in this small town. What's so good about returning to the divine realm?" Yes. The pavilion closest to the water gets the moon first. Senior's opportunity is rare since ancient times. We can't waste the opportunity in our hands." Very quickly, the various godly monarchs came to an agreement. They each bought a courtyard in the small town and settled down. As Divine King Red Cloud and the others bought houses wantonly, the prices of houses in Great Sun Town rose all of a sudden. At the same time, in the Mystic Jade Divine Hall, there was no one in the entire hall other than Divine King Mystic Jade. At this moment, an ancient stone floated in front of Divine King Xianyu. Above the stone was the black-robed Divine Emperor's phantom. "Ancestor." When Divine King Xianyu saw the black-robed deity emperor, he knelt down on one knee. Chapter 278, Chapter 278. This is the mortal who taken in the Lord of the Divine Court 1. Chapter 278. This is the mortal who taken in the Lord of the Divine Court 1. The black-robed Divine Emperor Phantom looked at Divine King Xianyu in front of him and said slowly, "The chess pieces that one set up earlier have already played their role. You have to go there personally and bring the master of the Divine Court back." As he spoke, A beam of light shot out from the black-robed deity emperor's finger and entered the space between divine King Xian Yu's eyebrows. Instantly, the places that Li Wushuang and Nalin Yan had passed after leaving the profound Jade Divine Hall appeared in God King Profound Jade's mind. Ancestor, you said that the Lord of the Divine Court is in a small town in the lower realm. Divine King Xian, you digested the information in his mind and said to the black-robed Divine Emperor. The black-robed deity emperor nodded and said slowly, "Go, don't disappoint me. After the matter is settled, it will be time for us to dominate the divine realm." When God King Xian Yu heard the words of the black-clothed God Emperor, he was also excited. He immediately vowed to the black-clothed God Emperor, "Don't worry, old ancestor. I won't let you down." If it was in the domain of other godly kings, godly King Xian Yu might still find it a little troublesome. However, what could he be afraid of when he was in the lower realm? The black-clothed deity emperor stroked his beard in satisfaction when he saw the confident look on divine King Xian Yu's face. Then his figure disappeared. At the same time, a voice sounded in divine King Xian Yu's mind. "Go ahead. Report to me if anything happens." As the black-robed deity emperor's voice faded, divine King Profound Jade waved his sleeve, and a figure appeared before him. "Pass down my order. This king will be in seclusion for a period of time. During this period of time, all the elders will discuss and resolve anything." After saying that, divine King Profound Jade threw out a token from his hand. It was the token used by the mystic Jade Divine Hall to issue orders. After the figure received the token, he bowed to divine King Xian Yu and retreated. After delaying the arrangements of the mystic Jade Divine Hall, divine King Mystic Jade directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, God King Profound Jade slowly appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan continent. According to the memories in his mind, divine King Profound Jade's figure flew in the direction of Great Sun Town. Along the way, divine King Xian Yu passed by the Yin-Yang domain, the four-symbol domain, and finally the five region. The aura of the cultivators in these regions became weaker and weaker. Finally, in the sky above the five region, God King Xian Yu couldn't help but say, "The lower realm is the lower realm. There isn't even a cultivator who looks like it. However, it's also a good place to hide." As he muttered, divine King Profound Jade's figure flew towards Great Sun Town. Dayang Town. Xiao Changtian was walking on the street, holding the white tiger in his arms, his hands constantly stroking his body. "I haven't come out for a long time. I can take you out for a walk." Xiao Changtian looked at the bustling crowd on both sides of the street, and the shouts that came from his ears. He said to the white tiger in his arms. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the white tiger in his arms rubbed its head against his chest. "Senior, come out and shop." Xiao Changtian, the god king of dragon slayers who had stayed in the town, greeted Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian was surprised when he saw Black God King. Wasn't this the worker who renovated his yard? As he thought about this, Xiao Changtian waved at him and said, Yes. Why? Are you out shopping too?" Hearing this, the Black Sky Divine King nodded. After settling down in Dayang Town, he often came out to walk around and familiarize himself with the environment. Very quickly, Xiao Changtian walked around his courtyard and met many god kings who had renovated his courtyard. At the same time, Divine King Xian Yu slowly appeared in the sky above Great Sun Town and looked at the crowd on the street below. "I didn't expect that the Lord of the Divine Court, who once dominated the divine world, would actually hide among the mortals in the lower realm. I wonder what kind of expressions those old fellows in the divine world would have." With this thought in mind, Divine King Xian Yu looked in the direction of Xiao Changtian's courtyard. According to the intelligence, the unparalleled should have gone in that direction. As he spoke, Divine King Xian Yu came to Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Seeing Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Divine King Xian Yu's eyes flashed with a bright light. He gathered Zhen Yuan in his hand, and a black ball appeared. Then he attacked the courtyard. Bang! The black ball hit the wall of the courtyard, but it did not cause any damage. Divine King Profound Jade looked at the walls of Xiao Changtian's courtyard in surprise. According to his judgment, this courtyard should have been destroyed. In that case, Black Jade clapped his hands, appearing enlightened. Who else could build such a courtyard among these mortals other than the Lord of the Divine Court? It seemed that the Master of the Divine Court was hiding in this courtyard. With that thought in mind, Divine King Profound Jade gathered the true essence in his body again, and prepared to launch the next attack. In the courtyard, Black Tortoise Phoenix, and the others were also a little angry. The ancestral dragon in the pond said, "Who is so ungrateful that he dares to attack Master's courtyard? Watch me destroy him." "No need. Master has already returned." Near the entrance of the courtyard, Alpha was holding a white chess piece in his left hand and a black chess piece in his right. He was playing by himself as he spoke slowly. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Changtian was returning with the white tiger. Divine King Xian Yu was furious that his attacks on the walls of the courtyard were ineffective. As a ruler of the divine realm, Divine King Profound Jade had not seen a defense that he could not break through for many years. With this thought in mind, Divine King Xian Yu saw Xiao Changtian, who was about to enter the courtyard. He glanced at Xiao Changtian and found that he didn't have any aura. This is the mortal who took in the Lord of the Divine Court. Divine King Xian Yu looked at the courtyard that he couldn't take down for a long time, and then looked at Xiao Changtian. He couldn't help but feel a little resentful. With a thought, the black ball in his hand turned around and attacked Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian came back from a stroll outside. He was in a good mood, and the white tiger was walking beside him. As Divine King Xian Yu's attack landed, the white tiger beside Xiao Changtian seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the direction of Divine King Xian Yu. As the white tiger was watching, the black ball disappeared. What was that? Divine King Profound Jade watched his black ball dissipate in disbelief. He saw a huge white tiger pouncing towards him. Was this a white tiger? Looking at the white tiger in front of him, Divine King Profound Jade's heart was filled with panic. How is this possible? How can such a divine beast exist in this era? No one gave Divine King Profound Jade an answer. The white tiger's sharp claws directly attacked him. Chapter 279, Chapter 279. Brother Hongyan, what do you think? Shall we do it together? Aye. Chapter 279. Brother Hongyan, what do you think? Shall we do it together? Aye. Flee. Run. Divine King Profound Jade only had one thought as he looked at the white tiger's sharp claws that were coming at him. The true essence on his body rapidly gathered, and Divine King Mystic Jade's figure turned into a stream of light that flew backward. However, the white tiger's claws were many times faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Divine King Mystic Jade. No, the aura of the white tiger's claws behind him made Divine King Xian Yu feel like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. In a moment of desperation, Xian Yu gathered all the true essence in her body and gathered it towards a mirror on her chest. Whoosh! The mirror on Divine King Xian Yu's chest emitted a white light, and the white tiger's sharp claws also arrived. Ah! With a series of screams, Divine King Xian Yu's figure disappeared from Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Accompanied by Divine King Xian Yu's miserable scream, Xiao Changtian's gaze turned towards the direction of Divine King Xian Yu. I think one heard someone screaming just now. Did he hear wrongly? Xiao Changtian looked at the empty sky, scratched the back of his head, and walked into the courtyard. Bang! After Divine King Mystic Jade was struck by the white tiger's sharp claws, his body fell directly outside Great Sun Town. Cough! 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 Divine King Xian Yu coughed a few times. Blood covered the corner of his mouth. He clutched his chest where there were a few fragments. This was the precious mirror that the black-robed deity emperor had given him to save his life. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. This treasured mirror could achieve the effect of spatial teleportation. When the white tiger's claws arrived just now, Divine King Profound Jade's figure was also teleported outside Great Sun Town. However, the speed of the white tiger's claws was too fast. Even with the help of the mirror, He was still heavily injured, and the mirror itself was completely damaged. Fortunately, he had the protective mirror given by the ancestor. Otherwise, he might not be able to return today. Divine King Xianyu said slowly in his heart. Then, he held his heavily injured body and stood up with difficulty. Cough. After standing up, Divine King Xianyu coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that a divine beast like the white tiger would actually exist in this place. It seemed that he had to go back and discuss it with his ancestor. Presumably, that person just now should be the white tiger's servant. The master of the divine court was hiding in the white tiger's nest and could not do anything to him for a while. Just as Divine King Xianyu was about to return and report to the black-robed divine emperor, he suddenly realized that there were a few more figures in front of him. Weren't they the mortals he had just met in Daong Town? Divine King Profound Jade looked at the group of people in front of him, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The white tiger couldn't defeat him, so it could use these mortals to vent its anger. With this thought in mind, Divine King Profound Jade condensed another black ball in his hand. However, before he could hit the black ball, a big foot kicked at him. "You brat, are you tired of living? You actually dare to attack Senior's courtyard." Divine King Red Cloud kicked Divine King Xianyu to the ground. She put her hands on her waist and said angrily to Divine King Xianyu. Putting aside the fact that this courtyard was the result of their hard work, Divine King Red Cloud and the others could not tolerate the fact that they had attacked a senior's courtyard. When Divine King Xianyu attacked Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Divine King Red Cloud and the others also felt it. However, by the time they arrived, Divine King Profound Jade's figure had already disappeared from the periphery of the courtyard. After following them all the way to the outskirts of Great Sun Town, they finally discovered Divine King Mystic Jade, who had fallen to the ground. After being kicked to the ground by God King Red Cloud, God King Black Jade spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Just a moment ago, he felt an aura similar to his ancestor attacking him. Wiping away the blood from the corner of her mouth, Divine King Profound Jade raised her head and finally saw what Divine King Red Cloud looked like. "You are Divine King Red Cloud?" Most of the time, the God Kings of the Divine Realm would exchange pointers in the God King Palace. God King Profound Jade was no exception. "What?" God King Black Jade exclaimed after seeing God King Red Cloud's face. "This aura on your body. Have you advanced to the God Emperor realm?" When God King Red Cloud heard God King Profound Jade say his name, he also looked at God King Profound Jade seriously. Due to the kick from Divine King Red Cloud, Divine King Xianyu's face was covered in bruises. God King Red Cloud only recognized him after looking at him for a long time. "Oh, isn't this Divine King Profound Jade?" As he spoke, Divine King Red Cloud even glanced at him unhappily. Back in the divinity, even though Red Cloud Divine Hall and Profound Jade Divine Hall did not have any deep grudges against each other, there were still some minor conflicts. Hence, Divine King Red Cloud was not interested in Divine King Profound Jade. Divine King Xianyu sensed the aura of Divine King Red Cloud. After confirming that Divine King Red Cloud had indeed broken through to the God Emperor realm, he hurriedly said to him, "Brother Hongyan, I didn't expect that among the many God Kings in the Divine Realm, the first one to break through to the God Emperor realm would be you. I have a great opportunity here. How about we plan it together?" Hearing that there was a great opportunity, God King Red Cloud also raised her eyebrows and said slowly, "Oh, tell me about it." Cough. Divine King Xianyu coughed a few more times. Then, a beam of light gathered on his body and sent it towards Divine King Red Cloud. When Deity King Red Cloud received the light, she digested the information within in a short while. This meant that Xiao Changtian's courtyard contained treasures that could make even emperor gods go crazy over. But there was a white tiger guarding it. Divine King Black Jade wanted Divine King Red Cloud to deal with the white tiger. Then he would go in and take the treasure. After that, they would split it 50-50. After digesting the information from Divine King Xianyu, Divine King Red Cloud put on a thoughtful look. Divine King Xianyu also walked to his side and said with a smile, "Brother Hongyan, how about it? Shall we do it together?" In Divine King Xianyu's opinion, although Divine King Red Cloud had broken through to the God Emperor realm, there was no reason for him to not be interested in the opportunity he mentioned. At that time, he would deal with the White Tiger while he went into the courtyard to capture the master of the Divine Court. Thinking up to this point, the corners of Black Jade's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Just when Divine King Xianyu thought that he had Divine King Red Cloud in his grasp, Divine King Red Cloud kicked him again. "Fuck your head. If you want to die, don't drag me with you, okay?" Divine King Red Cloud naturally did not doubt the opportunity that Divine King Xianyu mentioned. It was not like they had not seen Senior Tongtian's strength before. He had raised so many divine beasts in the courtyard. It was naturally not a problem for them to advance to the godly emperor realm. However, this fellow actually wanted to seize Senior's opportunity and even asked him to deal with Senior White Tiger. Wasn't this asking him to die? Senior's fortune can only be determined by fate. How can we covet it? After kicking Divine King Xianyu, Divine King Hong Yin turned around and said to Divine King Black Heaven and the others, "Everyone, this Divine King Profound Jade wants to steal the treasures from Senior. What do you think we should do?" Chapter 280 Fuck Him 1. Chapter 280 Fuck Him 1. Kill him. Without any hesitation, God King Black Heaven and the others said in unison after hearing God King Red Cloud's words. Then, God King Black Heaven revealed his aura and walked towards God King Xianyu. Divine King Xianyu laid on the ground and looked at Divine King Hong Yin and the others who had surrounded him. Divine King Xian Yu was immersed in how Divine King I Long Yin was going to trick him into dealing with the White Tiger after he broke through to the God Emperor realm. He did not notice the people behind Divine King Red Cloud at all. In his opinion, they should be Divine King Red Cloud's followers. At this moment, Divine King Profound Jade finally saw their faces clearly. "You're the Black Sky Divine King, the dragon vanquishing Divine King." Divine King Xianyu looked at the familiar faces in front of him and said slowly, "The aura on your bodies is that of a God Emperor realm expert. How is this possible?" "How is that possible? Don't you know the reason?" God King Black Heaven looked at God King Xian, using incredulous expression, and said slowly. Divine King Black Heaven and the others naturally shared Divine King Black Heaven's voice transmission with Divine King Black Jade and Divine King Red Cloud. In the crowd, although some of the God Kings knew Divine King Xianyu, they were also glaring at him. "Xianyu, it's not that one don't want to help you, but you brought this on yourself." "That's right. You actually set your sights on Senior. Aren't you courting death?" "That's right. Senior has done us a great favor. Now that you want to harm Senior, you can't blame us." Divine King Black Jade looked at Divine King Black Heaven and the others in horror. Only then did he remember the first words that Divine King Red Cloud said when they first met. Wanting to tear down Senior's courtyard. It turned out that this group of people had already obtained an opportunity from the White Tiger. No wonder they had all advanced to the God Emperor realm. With this thought in mind, Divine King Profound Jade shouted angrily. "Humans and demons have different paths. So what if it's a White Tiger? I didn't expect you to submit to him in order to increase your cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Divine King Profound Jade's face was originally filled with rage. He didn't expect them to look at him as if he was an idiot. "Xianyu, one think your brain is filled with water. That White Tiger is just a divine beast raised by Senior. There are also Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and other divine beasts in the courtyard." God King Red Cloud looked at God King Mystic Jade with disdain and said slowly. After hearing what God King Red Cloud said, God King Profound Jade realized that she seemed to have misunderstood something. "You mean that mortal?" Until now, Divine King Xianyu had always thought that Xiao Changtian was the White Tiger's servant. Now it seemed that he was a reclusive master who raised the White Tiger. What kind of person is that? That's Senior playing around in the mortal world, tempering his heart in the mortal world. Divine King Xian You had yet to finish speaking, when he was directly interrupted by Divine King Black Heaven. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Everyone, let's do it. Then, under Divine King Mystic Jade's terrified gaze, Divine King Red Cloud, and the others displayed their powers, and left Divine King Mystic Jade in Great Sun Town forever. Celestial Cloud Continent, Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Bang! A huge ice-scaled beast fell to the ground, and there was a clear knife mark on its neck. From its wide-open mouth and its terrified eyes, it could be seen that it did not even have time to let out a cry before it died. Following that, Lin Ruomiao walked out from behind it. Ever since Lin Ruomiao entered the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, she had encountered quite a number of demonic beasts along the way. However, under her dagger, all the demon beasts did not have the time to scream when they encountered her, and became corpses lying on the ground. Ignoring the ice-scaled beast beside her, the interspatial ring on Lin Ruomiao's finger flashed, and the parchment appeared in his hand again. If the cultivators in the small town outside saw this, they would probably be so shocked that they could stuff a large box of eggs into their mouths. The scales on the ice-scaled beast's body were extremely hard, and were one of the best materials for making defensive spirit weapons. She didn't expect that after killing the ice-scale beast, not only did someone not take its monster beast core, but they also didn't want her ice-scale armor. Even if he didn't need it, he could still make a fortune outside. Lin Ruomiao looked at the parchment in her hand, and then at a cave ahead. According to the instructions on the parchment, this hole was actually a passage that led directly through the hole. They would come to a lake, and the passion fruit was in the center of the lake. The passion fruit is in front of us. Lin Ruomiao spoke slowly. After she put the parchment back into her interspatial ring, her figure flashed, and she appeared at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the Yellow Squirrel clan was guarding the entrance of the cave. When they saw Lin Ruomiao suddenly appear at the entrance of the cave, they all aimed the spears in their hands at her, and slowly said, "Stop, who is it?" Lin Ruomiao turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the two yellow rat demonic beasts. Her gaze was ice-cold as her figure flashed, and she appeared behind the two yellow rat demonic beasts. Then, the two yellow rat demon beasts fell heavily to the ground. They didn't even have time to send out the news that the cave entrance was attacked. After entering the cave, there were burning candles on both sides of the cave. There were also yellow rat demon beasts guarding the cave, who invaded my ground squirrel clan. Similarly, the yellow rat demon beast in the cave had yet to finish speaking before it was finished off by Lin Ruomiao. Lin Ruomiao passed through the entire cave without any obstruction. The only thing she left behind was the corpses of the yellow rat demon beasts in the cave. After passing through the cave, Lin Ruomiao saw a lake. At the center of the lake, there was a tree planted with passion fruits growing on it. Just as the parchment said, the passion fruit is here. Lin Ruomiao slowly said as she walked towards the center of the lake. One didn't expect a human to come here. You must be the person with great luck that the ancestor mentioned. As the voice rang out, 8 figures landed in different directions, surrounding Lin Ruomiao in the middle. It was Huang 1, Huang 2, Huang 3 and the others. After Li Wushuang and the other 2 settled down in the Yellow Squirrel clan, Old Ancestor Yellow Squirrel ordered Yellow 1 and Yellow 2 to guard the passion fruit. He told them that as long as a human appeared, they would take him down in one fell swoop. After obtaining his luck, it would be the beginning of their Yellow Squirrel clan's dominance over the divine world. Regarding Lin Ruomiao's appearance, Huang Yi actually felt that it was a little strange. Logically speaking, if Lin Ruomiao wanted to come here, she had to pass through the cave in front. The cave was also heavily guarded by their Yellow Squirrel clan. If Lin Ruomiao had attacked the cave, they should have received the news, but they hadn't received anything just now. Lin Ruomiao ignored Huang Yi and the rest who were surrounded by her. She looked at the passion fruit in the center of the lake, and was about to walk over. Human, how arrogant! Huang Yi said angrily when he saw Lin Ruomiao ignoring them, and walking toward the lake. Chapter 281 Finding the Passion Fruit. Chapter 281. Finding the Passion Fruit. Following that, the quintessential essence on Huang Yi and the others gathered. The godly king's aura poured out and attacked Lin Ruomiao. As the 8 capable generals under Patriarch Yellow Squirrel, Yellow One, and the others were all at the Divine King realm. This was also the reason why they could always dominate the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Faint yellow vital essence flowed on their bodies as Yellow One and the others used their respective spirit skills. Instantly, spirit skills that emitted powerful auras flew towards Lin Ruomiao. Sensing the aura that was even more powerful than those yellow rats at the entrance, Lin Ruomiao's footsteps towards the lake also stopped. He kept moving, dodging Yellow One and the others' attacks. You have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Seeing that their attacks had missed, a hint of surprise flashed in Yellow One's eyes as he spoke slowly. Following that, Yellow One and Yellow Two exchanged a glance before descending beside Lin Ruomiao. Once they were in position, Yellow One and the others placed their hands in front of their chests and made the same gesture. Yellow Extreme Formation. As the 8 people's voices fell, pillars of light rose from their bodies. Following that, pale yellow true essence connected into a line, and a large array trapped Lin Ruomiao within. Human, I admit that you have some strength, but let's see how you can dodge this time. Huang Yi looked at Lin Ruomiao, who was in the center of the formation, and said slowly. This was a set of array formations that the 8 of them had cultivated over the years. If they worked together, they could even fight with the ancestors of the Divine Emperor realm. As for Lin Ruomiao, although they couldn't see her strength clearly, Lin Ruomiao had been dodging their attacks since just now. Presumably, her strength wasn't that great. After being trapped by the array, Lin Ruomiao spoke for the first time. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Ruomiao's cold voice suddenly entered Huang Yi's ears. He felt a knot in his heart. Then he saw Lin Ruomiao's cold gaze. Yellow One suddenly had a bad premonition. After reaching the Divine King realm, these bad premonitions were no longer groundless. Although he didn't know why he had such a bad feeling, Huang Yi immediately formed a seal with his hands. Huang Ji Kill. This was one of the strongest attacks of their grand array. With the help of this move, they had killed countless experts of the same level. As Huang Yi's voice fell, the true essence on Huang Yi and the others slowly gathered in the air above Lin Ruomiao along the path of the array. The final gigantic palm appeared above Lin Ruomiao. Die! Die! Huang Yi shouted as the giant palm formed and attacked Lin Ruomiao. As the palm landed, it seemed to suppress everything. Even the surrounding space cracked. Lin Ruomiao's expression didn't change as she looked at the gigantic palm that was coming at her. He took out the dagger at his waist and muttered, Skyblade, wind-killing blade. Whoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky, and the giant palm in the sky was directly split into 2. Then it exploded in midair. When the giant palm was broken, Yellow One and the others who were controlling the array formation were also affected. The blood in his body churned, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How was this possible? Yellow One and the others looked at Lin Ruomiao in disbelief. Even a God Emperor realm expert would probably have to spend some effort to receive their attack just now. As for Lin Ruomiao, it was just a flash of light earlier, and their attack had been resolved. They couldn't even tell what the light was. Yellow One also noticed that Lin Ruomiao was looking at the passion fruit in the distance, and did not notice them at all. Then, Yellow One recalled the bad feeling he had just now. Could it be that she dodged our attack just to lure us away? To prevent our collision from affecting the passion fruit, Huang Yi thought to himself. He felt that the possibility of this happening was very high. At this moment, there was already some fear in his eyes as he looked at Lin Ruomiao. According to his earlier thoughts, Lin Ruomiao clearly did not put them in her eyes. Lin Ruomiao's strength might be above the patriarch's. Thinking of this, Huang Yi felt that he could only pass the news to the patriarch and wait for him to make a decision. Just as Yellow One was about to send a message to Patriarch Yellow Squirrel, he saw the true essence gathering on Lin Ruomiao's body. The dagger in her hand was aimed at the array. Bang! As Lin Ruomiao's dagger stabbed down, The entire grand array emitted a buzzing sound. Then with a bang the grand array was broken. The formation was broken. Huang Yi and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. They staggered and clutched their chests. "Spare me, heroine! Spare me!" Huang Er looked at Lin Ruomiao. His eyes were already covered in fear, as he began to speak incoherently. It was still the first time they encountered an opponent like Lin Ruomiao. Ignoring Huang Er's pleas for mercy, Lin Ruomiao's figure flashed, and appeared right in front of Huang Er. With a slash of her dagger, Huang Er fell to the ground. Yellow 1 and the others said the same thing, when they saw Yellow 2 being killed by Lin Ruomiao. "Useless fellow." Then he looked at the other 6 people and said to them, "Everyone lend me a hand." Hearing Huang Yi's words, the others knew what he wanted to do and nodded at him. Then he stood up and attacked Lin Ruomiao. Meanwhile, Yellow 1's true essence slowly gathered, and formed a ball of light in front of him, in an attempt to send a message to Patriarch Yellow Squirrel. Whoosh! Looking at Huang San and the others who were charging towards her, Lin Ruomiao held a dagger in her hand, and directly swept past them. Lin Ruomiao's figure flashed as she raised her hand and slashed down, directly knocking Huang San and the others to the ground. Then, he came in front of Yellow 1, and stabbed the dagger in his hand at his abdomen. At the same time, the half-condensed ball of light turned into a stream of light and flew out. Lin Ruomiao casually swept her gaze across the ball of light, and ignored him. After dealing with Huang Yi and the others, Lin Ruomiao walked towards the center of the lake. Arriving at the center of the lake, a huge tree stood in front of Lin Ruomiao. On top of this tree, there was a passion fruit that was emitting a different aura. Lin Ruomiao stood beside him, and felt her true essence condensing faster. "Is this the passion fruit?" Lin Ruomiao muttered as she looked at the passion fruit. However, according to Master, the passion fruit has to be fully ripe and automatically fall off the tree. That's when it has the highest medicinal effect. Looking at the tree branch where the fragrant fruit was, it looked like it was fast. "Why don't we cultivate here for a few days and wait for the passion fruit to fully mature?" After thinking about it, Lin Ruomiao gathered the spiritual energy in her hand, and cast an array formation at the entrance of the cave she had just entered. Lin Ruomiao sat cross-legged in the middle of the lake after she finished preparing everything. Chapter 282. Chapter 282. The Cultivators' Alliance goes into the mountain to search for treasures. Chapter 282. The Cultivators' Alliance goes into the mountain to search for treasures. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range inside a cave. The bewitching man that Ancestor Yellow Squirrel had transformed into was sitting cross-legged on a stone chair in the center of the cave. Suddenly, a ray of light flew in from outside the cave. Sitting on the stone chair, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel opened his eyes, and a suction force appeared on his palm. The light floated above his palm. The true essence in his hand gathered, and injected a trace of true essence into it. "Ancestor, the passion fruit has been attacked. The strength of the attacker." The light turned into Yellow 1's voice, and slowly entered Patriarch Yellow Squirrel's ears. The light in his hand went out. He clenched his fists and said slowly, "No matter who you are, don't leave since you've come to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range." According to his instructions, Huang Yi was supposed to stand guard beside the passion fruit, and wait for the Lord of the Divine Court to appear. However, according to the information sent by the light, Yellow 1 hadn't finished his sentence, which meant that Yellow 1 might have been killed. According to Li Wushuang, the Lord of the Divine Court had just reincarnated, so he shouldn't have much strength now. Huang Yi and the others couldn't possibly be his match. With this thought in mind, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's body suddenly froze. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Very good. Since you dare to touch the passion fruit, you can stay here forever." As he spoke slowly, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's figure turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the cave entrance. Just now, he realized that the mark he left on the passion fruit had been completely erased. With his God Emperor realm strength, if the other party wanted to erase his mark, they would have to be at least at the God Emperor realm like him. This way, It would explain why Yellow 1 and the others were killed. After he left the cave, he arrived at the residence of Li Wushuang and the others. The yellow rats guarding them all bowed to him when they saw him. Ancestor. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel was filled with anger. He ignored the yellow squirrel demon beast and walked straight into the house. Brother Wushuang, you are a good or bad? Br. Treasure, there are worse things. Standing outside the door of the room, Ancestor Huang Shu could hear the laughter of Li Wushuang and Nailin Yin coming from inside the room. He kicked the door open and walked in. He saw Li Wushuang and Nailin Yin on the bed. Nailin Yin saw Ancestor Yellow Squirrel break in and hurriedly grabbed the blanket on the bed to hide behind Li Wushuang. The old ancestor didn't care about their current state. He pointed at Li Wushuang and said, Li Wushuang, the Lord of the Divine Court has just reincarnated, and his strength is not as strong as before. Li Wushuang and Nailin Yin were currently laughing happily when they saw Ancestor Yellow Squirrel suddenly break in, and his furious voice. At this moment he was also dumbfounded. He said to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, Yeah, is there a problem? What's the problem? If I'm not wrong, the Lord of the Divine Court should have subdued Huang Yi and the others. It's not like you don't know the strength of Huang Yi and the others. According to what you said, how can the Lord of the Divine Court be a match for Huang Yi and the others? As he spoke, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel released his God Emperor Realm aura intentionally or unintentionally. It was so heavy that Li Wushuang found it difficult to breathe. She tried her best to adjust her condition, before she slowly said to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, Brother, I think you might have made a mistake. Why don't we go over and take a look? The plan to use the passion fruit to lure the Lord of the Divine Court was something that Nailin Yin, Li Wushuang, and Ancestor Yellow Squirrel had discussed together. However, because he didn't trust Li Wushuang, he didn't let her stay near the passion fruit. After hearing Li Wushuang's words, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel waved his sleeve and retracted his Divine Emperor aura. You better do as you say. Otherwise, even if you and I are friends, I won't show you any mercy. Li Wushuang heard the sinister voice of the old ancestor and knew that he wasn't joking. He hurriedly put on the clothes by the bed and prepared to head to the location of the passion fruit with Ancestor Yellow Squirrel. In the room next to Unrivaled Li's, Chu Yuanshan heard the commotion in her room and immediately walked over. Looking at the furious old ancestor Huang Shu in the room, Chu Yuanshan said to Li Wushuang, Brother Wushuang, this is. Li Wushuang saw Chu Yuanshan and waved at him. She said slowly, Brother Yuanshan, get ready. We'll go check the passion fruit together. Seeing Chu Yuanshan and recalling the anger of the old ancestor, Li Wushuang wanted to bring Chu Yuanshan along. If the Lord of the Divine Court could really defeat Yellow 1 and the others, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel would definitely not let him off. With his half-baked godly king strength, how could he be his match? If he called Chu Yuanshan, they could take care of each other if anything happened. Chu Yuanshan didn't say anything more after hearing Li Wushuang's words. He nodded and packed up before following Li Wushuang, Patriarch Huang Shu, and the others to where the passion fruit lived. At this moment, in the small town outside the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master were also standing with a group of cultivators. After Clearwind Saint Sun woke up, he was interrogated by Patriarch Clearwind and told him everything about his feelings for Lin Ruomiao and Lin Rua's terrifying strength. After explaining the matter clearly, Patriarch Qingfeng knew that he had misunderstood the Hidden Dragon Sect. He brought a large group of cultivators to the outer area of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Patriarch Qingfeng stood at the front of the group and looked at the people behind him. He slowly said, Everyone, we will enter the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range together. I hope that everyone can help each other when the time comes. It won't be good if you lose your lives. As the leader of the alliance, Patriarch Qifeng had to say some polite words before entering the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. In the crowd, a figure wrapped in black looked at the depths of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range with a deep gaze. The scent of the passion fruit is getting closer and closer. I hope these guys don't give me hope. the black-robed man said slowly in his heart. At the same time, Patriarch Qingfeng finished his pleasantries. Everyone nodded in response to Patriarch Qingfeng's polite words. Although they said so, everyone understood in their hearts. If they encountered real treasures in the mountain range, they would not be allies anymore. There would definitely be a bloody storm. The reason why their alliance was established was only to deal with demon beasts. Soon, the group of cultivators headed toward the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, under the lead of the old ancestor of the Clear Breeze sect, and the Hidden Dragon sect's sect master. After entering the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, an elder of the Clear Wind sect, next to Patriarch Qingfeng, took out a map from the small town and showed them the way. Previously, due to the large number of demonic beasts in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Patriarch Qingfeng and the others did not dare to openly probe the situation inside. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Array Formation 1. Chapter 283, Array Formation 1. The Qingfeng sect elder looked at the map in his hand. He looked at the areas with fewer demonic beasts, and the red circle in the center. The red circle was the location of the passion fruit, which was also the destination of Patriarch Qingfeng and the others. There are fewer demonic beasts from here. The elder of the Clearwind sect pointed to a direction in front of them and said to Patriarch Clearwind. Then Patriarch Qingfeng led everyone forward. In the crowd, the hidden dragon saintess looked at the path in front of her and felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the place where she sneaked into the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range? As expected, as the team advanced, a cultivator said, "Look, there seem to be a few dead inferno lions on the ground." Following the cultivator's voice, everyone saw a few dead lions lying on the ground in front of them. A cultivator walked to the side of these corpses. After checking the bodies of the lions, he slowly said, "It's a pity that the monster beast's inner core has already been taken away." The inner core of an explosive flame lion was extremely useful to cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques. Coincidentally, this cultivator cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. He was still a little disappointed that the inner core of the demon beast was taken away. Although he didn't have a monster beast inner core, the flesh and blood of the inferno lion was still useful for his cultivation. With this thought in mind, the cultivator said to the other cultivators, "Everyone, this flaming lion is of some benefit to me. If you have no objections, one will accept it." The other cultivators didn't say anything. The flaming lion was very useful to cultivators with fire attribute cultivation techniques, but it was useless to cultivators with other attribute cultivation techniques. Even if there were other cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques in the crowd, they could see that the inner core of the explosive flame lion had been taken away. Therefore, the inferno lion was not particularly useful to them. Seeing that no one objected, the cultivator put the corpses of the lions into his interspatial ring. The hidden dragon saintess in the crowd looked at the lions and couldn't help but think of how Lin Ruomiao had defeated all the lions in an instant. That senior should also be in this mountain range now. She hoped that after encountering him, she would not have a conflict with him. Every time she thought of Lin Ruomiao's attack, the hidden dragon saintess felt a chilly in her heart. She really couldn't imagine how they would defeat Lin Ruomiao if she were to have a conflict with them. With this thought in mind, the Cultivator Alliance continued to move forward. After looking at a distance, the voice of another cultivator sounded. There's another dead monster over there." Looking at the demon beasts that had died on the ground in front of them, the cultivators with the corresponding attributes walked over excitedly. On the other side, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, Li Wushuang, and the others slowly appeared above the cave where the passion fruit was. As soon as they entered the cave, they felt an invisible force preventing them from entering. Ancestor Yellow Squirrel stretched out his hand and touched it. He felt a wizard-like wall blocking in front of them. "Good, this is the sacred land of my ground squirrel clan as your own home. You even arranged an array formation." Ancestor Yellow Squirrel touched the array formation in front of him as he spoke slowly. There was no emotion in his voice. Li Wuxia and the others, who had come with Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, also felt the barrier in front of them. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel looked at the array formation barrier in front of him. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. The pale yellow quintessential essence on his body slowly gathered. A ball of pale yellow light appeared on each of his hands. Then he placed his hands in front of his chest, one above and one below. The two pale yellow lights fused together, and a huge pale yellow ball of light appeared in Patriarch Yellow Squirrel's hand. He raised his arm and slowly injected the light yellow true essence into the light yellow ball of light. A huge pale yellow ball of light appeared in the sky above Li Wuxia and the others. Not good, let's dodge. Chu Yuanshan, who was below, looked at the pale yellow light ball above them. They could feel the enormous energy contained in the light ball from a distance. This was the furious attack of a God Emperor realm expert. How could the aftershock of the energy be something that God kings like them could withstand? After Chu Yuanshan finished speaking, he looked to his side. Li Wuxia and Neilinyan were nowhere to be seen. After looking around, he realized that Li Wuxia and Neilinyan had already hidden far away. Activating his true qi, Chu Yuanshan quickly flew towards Li Wuxia and the others. Bang! Patriarch Yellow Squirrel smashed the pale yellow ball of light in his hand on the barrier, and a loud sound immediately sounded. Li Wuxia and the others looked in the direction of the cave. That attack just now should have broken even the sect protection array of an ordinary faction. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxia and the others flew over to take a look. Just as they were about to enter the cave, they felt that they had bumped into something. Ayo! Li Wuxia clutched her forehead and looked ahead. The formation barrier was still in front of her, and there was no sign of it being destroyed. What was going on? Li Wuxia looked at the array barrier in front of her. She had witnessed the terror of the strike from Ancestor Yellow Squirrel. Why couldn't he break this barrier? When Ancestor Yellow Squirrel saw what Li Wuxia and the others were doing, he realized that the array formation in front of them had not been broken. With a gloomy expression, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel flew to Li Wuxia after some calculations. Li Wuxia, what's going on? I don't need to say anything more. Other than the Lord of the Divine Court, who else could set up such a formation here? I don't think the Lord of the Divine Court has just reincarnated. Brother Wuxia, your behavior is not kind. When Li Wuxia had been willing to share the news of the reincarnation of the Lord of the Divine Court with him, he had found it strange. Now it seemed that everything could be explained. The passion fruit had probably been snatched away by the Lord of the Divine Court. He didn't know how strong the leader of the Divine Court was. If he didn't do well, he would suffer a double loss in the end. Li Wuxia knew that if she didn't explain herself properly, she would be stuck here forever. Li Wuxia's mind spun quickly, as she recalled a secret technique she had obtained from robbing a Sir God. She said to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, "Brother, don't be anxious. I think we should figure out the situation first. I have a secret technique here that can display the scene of the brother guarding the door before he died. How about we take a look first?" After listening to Li Wuxia's explanation, he pointed at the yellow rat demon beast that Lin Ruomiao had killed outside the cave and said, "Then let's start. Brother Wuxia, you are going to..." When Neilinyan heard Li Wuxia's words, she looked at him in shock. She had seen this secret technique before. Although she could see the scene before a person died, she had to pay the price of her own cultivation. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel standing on the. Chapter 284. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel standing on the. Cultivator Alliance 1. Li Wuxia nodded to Neilinyan beside her, then walked over to a yellow mouse demon beast by the entrance of the cave. The true essence in his body gathered as he muttered something. Then, a mysterious force descended on the body of the yellow rat demon beast. Following that, waves of true essence gathered from the body of the yellow rat demonic beast to the top, forming a light screen. On the light screen, a woman in white appeared in front of the yellow rat demon beast. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a dagger at her waist. On the other side, Patriarch Qifeng brought the Cultivator Alliance along. They didn't encounter any demon beasts along the way. On the other hand, they had seen quite a number of demon beast corpses. If not for the fact that they had confirmed it a few times, they would have thought that they had not entered the Coiling Dragon Mountain range, but the demon beast burial ground. What's going on? It seems like all the demonic beasts in the Coiling Dragon Mountain range were killed overnight. Patriarch Qingfeng said slowly, as he looked at the demon beast lying on the ground. The Qingfeng sect elder looked at the map in his hand with a puzzled expression. Originally, they wanted to follow the route on the map. There were fewer demon beasts in this area, so they could directly reach their destination. However, he did not expect that the demon beasts in this area had not come out at all. There were only cold corpses. Many cultivators were collecting the corpses of the demon beasts on the ground. These demon beasts all had a common feature, and there was a knife mark on their necks. It looked like he had been killed by a knife. The hidden dragon Saintess also looked at the demon beasts on the ground. Lin Ruomiao's figure appeared in her mind again. Could it be that senior who made a move? The more the hidden dragon Saintess thought about the saber marks on these demon beasts, the more she felt that it was Lin Ruomiao who did it. The Hidden Dragon sect master also noticed the unusual behavior of the Hidden Dragon Saintess, and asked her, "Ling, are you not feeling well?" Hearing the Hidden Dragon sect master's words, the Hidden Dragon Saintess voiced out her inner thoughts. "Are you saying that these demon beasts might have been done by the senior who saved you?" The Hidden Dragon sect master pointed at the demon beast corpses on the ground, and said slowly to the Hidden Dragon Saintess. Hearing the Hidden Dragon sect master's voice, Patriarch Qingfeng walked over. "What were you talking about just now? What senior?" After the misunderstanding between the two families was resolved, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master began to communicate more. The Hidden Dragon Saintess told Qingfeng about her thoughts. Qingfeng stroked his beard. He had heard about this senior from the Hidden Dragon Saintess before. After thinking for a while, he could not imagine who that expert was. Then Patriarch Qingfeng said to the Hidden Dragon sect master and the Hidden Dragon Saintess, "Forget it. The holy item is right in front of us. We should focus on finding the holy item." The Hidden Dragon sect master and the Hidden Dragon Saintess nodded in agreement. Then Patriarch Qingfeng said to the large group of cultivators behind him, "Everyone, the area where the sacred object is located is in front of us. We have obtained many treasures along the way. Now, let's go and search for the sacred object together." Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the cultivators hurriedly nodded in agreement. Along the way, they obtained many demon beast corpses that were compatible with the attributes of their cultivation techniques. This made them wonder if this sacred object was also within their reach. Soon, the group of cultivators went to the cave where the passion fruit was. At this moment, a screen of light appeared in front of Patriarch Yellow Squirrel and the others outside the cave. Lin Ruomiao's figure flashed past, and then the yellow rat demon beast in the light screen fell. "Isn't this the Lord of the Divine Court?" Looking at Lin Ruomiao on the screen, Chu Yuanshan said slowly to everyone. According to the information he had, the owner of the Divine Court was a male cultivator. How could it be a female? However, Lin Ruomiao, who was in the light screen, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was the same as the one he had when he was in Futian, the town of Great Sunday. After using the secret skill, Li Wushuang's body became weak, and she stumbled into Nailin Yan's arms. Ancestor Yellow Squirrel nodded thoughtfully after hearing Chu Yuanshan's words. Indeed, in their memories, the Lord of the Divine Court was a male. Even if he reincarnated, he would slowly become like his previous self. It was impossible for him to change his personality after reincarnation. With this thought in mind, the expression on Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's face softened a little. Looking at the array in front of him, anger surged in his heart again. The true essence in his body gathered again, and was about to launch another attack on the array formation barrier. No matter who the woman is, who the person is, just go into the cave first, What the woman is, what the person is, understand the person is. Just as Patriarch Yellow Squirrel was about to make his move, Patriarch Qingfeng and the Cultivator Alliance slowly appeared in front of the cave. Qingfeng was confused when he saw Huang Shu and Li Wushuang. He could sense that the ancestor was a demonic beast, but Li Wushuang was indeed a human. What was going on with humans and demonic beasts together? The cultivators behind Patriarch Qingfeng looked at Li Wushuang and the other two and thought that they had sneaked over from the alliance. They cursed. "What's wrong with you guys? Did you sneak over behind our backs? Are you trying to hide the sacred item from us and put it in your pocket?" For a moment, everyone was talking about Li Wushuang. When Patriarch Yellow Squirrel saw Patriarch Qingfeng and the others, his face was filled with anger. The quintessential essence that had already gathered on his body turned around and attacked Patriarch Qingfeng and the others. Lin Ruomiao was a human cultivator on the screen just now. When Patriarch Yellow Squirrel saw Patriarch Clear Wind and the others, he became even angrier. Human die. The deity emperor's aura gushed out of Patriarch Yellow Squirrel's body, and the pale yellow ball of light appeared again, attacking Patriarch Light Wind and the others with an invincible aura. "This is the Divine Emperor." A cultivator in the crowd saw the light yellow ball of light in the sky and was the first to speak. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. Soon the group of cultivators panicked. Originally, he thought that the strongest demon beast in the Coiling Dragon Mountain range was only a godly king. With Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master, they would be able to deal with it. He did not expect that there was actually a God Emperor realm demon beast here. For a moment, all the cultivators were worried about their own lives. As for the sacred artifacts, they were all thrown to the back of their minds. Patriarch Cool Breeze and the Hidden Dragon sect master also looked at the ball of light that was coming at them with solemn expressions. He didn't expect to encounter a God Emperor realm demonic beast in front of the relic. Moreover, he attacked them as soon as they met. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, The Taste of Food 1. Chapter 285, The Taste of Food 1. The pale yellow ball of light arrived in an instant. Under the pressure of the ball of light, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Patriarch Qingfeng turned to look at the panicking crowd behind him and said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Attack together with me. Extreme Wind Meteor Glory." As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Qingfeng attacked first, and green vital essence shot into the sky. A huge crossbow formed behind him. Then, a sharp arrow rushed towards the pale yellow ball of light. Hidden Dragon Slash. After Patriarch Qifeng made his move, the Hidden Dragon sect master also made his move. He gathered his true essence on his saber. He swung his saber at the pale yellow ball of light in the sky, and a dazzling saber light flew towards the pale yellow ball of light. After Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master left, it was equivalent to giving the cultivators behind a peace of mind. "Quick, let's attack as well," a cultivator in the crowd said slowly. Then he used the spirit skill he was good at and attacked the ball of light in the sky. Waterspout. Grand Fireball. For a moment, all the cultivators attacked one after another, and all kinds of spirit techniques flashed in midair. Soon, all kinds of spirit skills collided with the light yellow ball of light, and a powerful wave of air spread out in all directions from the collision. Cough, cough, cough. After the collision, Qingfeng and the other cultivators all felt their blood boiling in their chests. If they weren't careful, they would have vomited. As for Patriarch Yellow Squirrel, he looked down at Patriarch Clear Wind and the others with disdain. It seemed that the collision just now did not affect him much. God Emperor realm experts were so terrifying. After gathering everyone's strength and failing to cause any substantial damage to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel, the panic in the eyes of the cultivators had reached its peak. Let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, we will die here." A moment later, the sound of fleeing could be heard from the group of cultivators. A group of cultivators began to run out of the Coiling Dragon Mountain range. One of them began to flee. The cultivators nearby immediately followed behind him and fled toward the coiling Dragon Mountain range. A bunch of ants trying to escape. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel looked at the cultivators running at the front and waved his sleeve. A pale yellow chain flew towards them. The chains pierced through the bodies of the cultivators, and they immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Patriarch Cool Breeze looked at Patriarch Yellow Squirrel in the sky and felt a sense of helplessness. The difference between the godly king realm and the god emperor realm could not be made up for by numbers. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. The white tiger was lying lazily on the roof, basking in the sun, licking its claws from time to time. The smell of food. The white tiger licked its claws and muttered as it stared at the sky. Then, the white tiger looked around the courtyard and found Xiao Changtian sleeping on the rocking chair. Master is sleeping. It doesn't seem to be a problem for him to go out and eat something. The white tiger muttered. Then, it looked up at the sky and clapped its claws. A crack appeared in the barrier between the Tianyuan continent and the divine realm. The white tiger appeared in the sky above the celestial continent in a flash. He sniffed the air above the celestial cloud continent and looked in the direction of the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Although this food is a little rotten, it can still barely cope with it. With this thought in mind, the white tiger flew towards the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Coiling Dragon Mountain range. Ancestor Yellow Squirrel looked at the cultivator alliance below expressionlessly. Many cultivators had died under his attacks. Patriarch Qingfeng looked up at Patriarch Yellow Squirrel and Li Wushuang, feeling that the latter's aura was similar to his. My two brothers over there, how about we fight against this demonic beast together? After the battle, we'll split the sacred object equally. Both Li Wushuang and Chu Yuanshan exuded the aura of a divine king. Moreover, they didn't attack the Cultivator Alliance just now, so Patriarch Qingfeng thought that they were human cultivators who were suppressed by Patriarch Yellow Squirrel. Li Wushuang had just recovered from her weakened state, and she didn't know what to do when she saw Qingfeng waving at her. Patriarch Yellow Squirrel smiled at Qingfeng's words and said to Li Wushuang, "Brother Wushuang, that old man wants to share the passion fruit with you. What do you think?" Li Wushuang's body quivered when she heard the words. She smiled at the old ancestor and said, "Why would I be interested in passion fruit?" Then, Li Wushuang shouted at Qingfeng, "What are you talking about? How can a person like you get your hands on a passion fruit? Do you want to die?" As she spoke, she gathered her true qi and attacked Patriarch Qingfeng. Seeing Li Wushuang attack him instead of helping him, Qingfeng's injuries worsened. You're simply. Bang! Before Patriarch Qifeng could finish speaking, the next attack flew toward him. His body couldn't take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The hidden dragon sect master's injuries were similar to Patriarch Qingfeng's. A few wounds could be clearly seen on his arm. Patriarch Clear Wind and the hidden dragon sect master stood back to back as they looked at Patriarch Yellow Squirrel in the sky with determination on their faces. They knew that if they couldn't hold back this ancestor, the entire Cultivator Alliance would probably die here today. At this time, Li Wushuang's participation in the battle made the situation worse. Some of the cultivators who recognized Li Wushuang hated the Red Cloud Sacred Hall even more. Li Wushuang was happy to see this resentment. She wished that the Red Cloud Temple would disappear. At the same time, a white kitten also came to the sky above the battlefield. Looking at the battle below, it yawned again. Boring. The white tiger casually said a sentence, and then the white tiger saw the yellow squirrel ancestor in the air. So the taste is coming from this little yellow mouse. This little yellow mouse obtained the passion fruit by chance. One hope it won't disappoint when it eats it. The white tiger in Xiao Changtian's courtyard naturally sensed the attack of the old ancestor. If it was just a god emperor realm expert, it would not be to the extent of making him attack like this. However, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel had used the help of the white incense fruit to break through to the god emperor realm. His body also had some of the fragrance of the passion fruit. The white tiger was quite fond of a natural treasure like the passion fruit. When the white tiger spoke, it did not hide its voice at all. Its slow voice naturally entered everyone's ears. After hearing the white tiger's words, Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's expression darkened. He looked at the white tiger in front of him, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Chapter 286, Chapter 286. I'm thinking, don't be annoyed one. Chapter 286. I'm thinking, don't be annoyed one. Panlong Mountain Range Passion Fruit Cave. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao was sitting cross-legged under the passion fruit tree, and the true essence on her body was slowly being retracted into her body. Her hands descended from above. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ruomiao slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. The passion fruit is indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. Cultivating here can indeed achieve twice the result with half the effort. As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao stood up from the ground. She casually tidied her messy hair and looked at the passion fruit above. Now is the best time to pick the passion fruit, as master said. Lin Ruomiao leaped and floated in front of the passion fruit. She reached out and gently plucked the fruit. After checking his hands a few times to make sure that there were no problems, he took out a wooden basket from his interspatial ring and placed it inside. This way, the effects of the passion fruit can be maintained. Lin Ruomiao looked at the wooden basket in her hand. Perhaps it was because she had completed Xiao Changtian's mission. A rare smile appeared on Lin Ruomiao's cold face. With a smile, Lin Ruomiao kept the passion fruit into her interspatial ring. After she was done with everything, Lin Ruomiao looked outside the cave. From the array formation she had set up, she could tell that the cave had been attacked while she was cultivating. Outside the cave, Li Wushuang was stunned by White Tiger's words. When he looked at the white cat, he realized that Li Wushuang was still a demon beast from the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, and she had come to help Ancestor Yellow Squirrel. He hadn't expected the white cat to speak rudely to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel the moment it appeared. After a brief moment of shock, Li Wushuang snapped back to her senses. She pointed at the white tiger and scolded. "Smelly cat, what did you say just now? Do you know who is standing in front of you? The only ruler of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range." Before Li Wushuang could finish her sentence, she saw the white tiger staring at her. Immediately after, the huge figure of the white tiger appeared in his spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the white tiger stared at Li Wushuang with its white eyes. Li Wushuang felt like she couldn't move at all. Not only that, she couldn't even beg for mercy. The only thing that could be seen was the terrified expression on his face. The white tiger sniffed her body and blew her out of his spiritual world. Get lost. Outside the cave, Li Wushuang slowly recovered. The white tiger's voice still echoed in her mind. Looking at the white tiger in the sky with a face full of fear, he could no longer be bothered to say a word, and hurriedly pulled Nailin Yen, who was beside him, and ran backwards. Although Chu Yuanshan didn't understand what was going on, he still left with her. The white tiger looked at Li Wushuang's departing figure with disdain. Cat. That was a name that only Xiao Changtian could call him. This kid called him that. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't a single part of his body that was nutritious, the white tiger would have swallowed him whole. This kid even relied on external forces to forcefully raise his godly king cultivation. There were other auras on his body. This aura was of the same origin as the guy who attacked his master's courtyard a few days ago. Keeping him alive could help his master find potential opponents. However, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel was so furious that he didn't even notice Li Wushuang's departure. Did you just say you want to eat me? Ancestor Yellow Squirrel looked at the white tiger in front of him and said slowly. Because the white tiger did not release its own aura, in the eyes of the yellow rat ancestor, the white tiger was still a white cat. The white tiger was still thinking about the relationship between Li Wushuang and Divine King Profound Jade. So he ignored the words of Ancestor Yellow Squirrel. I'm thinking about something. Don't be annoyed. The white tiger said to Ancestor Yellow Squirrel impatiently. He was good at direct things like fighting, But when it came to using his brain, it was really difficult for him. The anger on Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's body could almost materialize when he heard White Tiger's words. Good, good, very good. Ancestor Yellow Squirrel looked at the White Tiger, and the anger in his heart soared to the sky. The aura of the Divine Emperor exploded without reservation. Bang! Under the unreserved release of Patriarch Yellow Squirrel's aura, some of the weaker cultivators below could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master were barely able to resist the pressure. They could not move an inch under it. Although they didn't know if this kitten who suddenly appeared was a friend or foe. But now, they knew that this kitten had already angered the ancestor. What are you pretending for? It's so annoying. The White Tiger's brain couldn't understand what was going on. He was already feeling frustrated, and yet, this old ancestor Yellow Squirrel was still releasing his pressure in front of him. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Forget it, I'll eat you first to calm my irritable mood. The White Tiger said slowly. Then true essence gathered on his body, and a huge White Tiger phantom appeared on his body. Roar! The phantom of the White Tiger stood in the air, its body 100,000 feet tall. The pressure that Ancestor Yellow Squirrel had exerted earlier was like snow meeting the blazing sun, immediately dissipating. Immediately after, a pressure that was many times more terrifying than before was exerted on Ancestor Yellow Squirrel's body. Bang! In the air, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel only felt a gravitational force pressing down on his body. The gravity seemed to be as heavy as a few mountains. It directly knocked Ancestor Yellow Squirrel down from midair and onto the ground, unable to stand up. The cultivators below looked at the White Tiger with fear in their eyes. Under the pressure of the White Tiger, they could not help but want to kneel down and worship. Fortunately, he didn't voice out the complaints in his heart. In the crowd, a cultivator was rejoicing in his heart. He had just been complaining in his heart that the White Tiger had angered Patriarch Ground Squirrel. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master looked up in disbelief. How could a legendary divine beast like the White Tiger exist in this world? Fortunately, it seemed that he was going to deal with Ancestor Yellow Squirrel. If you don't have the strength, why are you acting tough? Isn't it good to live a little longer? The White Tiger looked at the ancestor on the ground. Its tiger claws released a suction force and sucked him over. It placed him in its mouth and swallowed him in one gulp. If it weren't for the fact that you're tainted with the fragrance of the passion fruit, one wouldn't have taken a fancy to you. After the White Tiger swallowed Patriarch Yellow Squirrel, it could not help but smack its lips. Patriarch Clearwind watched as the God Emperor, Patriarch Yellow Squirrel, was swallowed by the White Tiger. He no longer dared to imagine the White Tiger's strength. He immediately walked in front of the White Tiger and knelt down before him. He said loudly, "Qingfeng thanks Senior White Tiger for saving my life." Seeing Patriarch Qingfeng's actions, the cultivators instantly understood something and immediately knelt down. "We thank Senior White Tiger for saving our lives." These cultivators didn't know if the White Tiger was a friend or foe, but at least the White Tiger had dealt with Patriarch Yellow Squirrel. As long as he accepted their gratitude, they would at least be safe. For a moment, everyone was waiting for White Tiger's reaction. Chapter 287, Chapter 287. What will two brainless guys be scheming? Chapter 287. What will two brainless guys be scheming? Together 1. After the White Tiger finished eating the ancestor, its mood had already eased a little. Looking at the cultivators kneeling on the ground, it could not help but ask them, "Let me ask you, tell me, what would two brainless fellows plan together?" In the White Tiger's eyes, if Divine King Profound Jade dared to attack his master's courtyard with that little bit of strength, what else could he be if not brainless? Li Wushuang was even weaker than God King Xianyu. She still had the aura of God King Xianyu's bloodline. Who knew what she would do to Master? However, judging from his actions just now, he was also brainless. When Patriarch Qingfeng heard White Tiger's words, he did not know what White Tiger's intentions were. He could only say in fear and trepidation, "Senior White Tiger, In my opinion, two brainless people can only rush forward together. Let's rush headfirst together. The white tiger was confused by Patriarch Qingfeng's words and continued to ask. This, Patriarch Qifeng, didn't know how to answer White Tiger's question. Countless answers flashed through his mind, but he didn't dare to tell White Tiger. With this thought in mind, the White Tiger above also moved, and the crowd below felt an earthquake. Patriarch Qingfeng and the others thought that the White Tiger was dissatisfied with his answer, and immediately knelt down in fear. Senior White Tiger, please calm down. Patriarch Qingfeng and the other cultivators knelt on the ground and said to the White Tiger. When the White Tiger heard the voice below, it thought that it had a new idea. Its body moved again, and saw a group of cultivators kneeling on the ground below. Bang! The White Tiger's body moved, and another earthquake shook the mountains. Patriarch Qingfeng and the others trembled in their hearts. The White Tiger looked down, and was about to say something when it saw Lin Ruomiao walking out of the cave. His eyes lit up, and he put away his White Tiger Dharma power. He turned into a little kitten again, and ran towards Lin Ruomiao. When he saw Lin Ruomiao, the White Tiger stopped thinking. Anyway, no matter what they wanted to do, he could just slap them to death. However, Lin Ruomiao was different. Monkey and Black Tortoise had to rely on Taoist Master Big Sun many times to persuade their master. Now that Lin Ruomiao was here, he would follow her back. When the time came, even if Master woke up, he wouldn't say anything. When Lin Ruomiao sensed the changes outside the cave, she also walked out directly. She originally thought that there would be a fight when she came out. She didn't expect to see Senior White Tiger running towards her as soon as she came out. Towards the White Tiger that was walking towards her, Lin Ruomiao hurriedly said to him, "Senior White Tiger." When the White Tiger saw Lin Ruomiao greeting him, he nodded in satisfaction. He thought that this little girl was sensible and said to her, "Little girl, when are you going back to Master's place? I've already found the ingredients that Master gave me. I'm ready to go back now." Although Lin Ruomiao did not understand why the White Tiger asked him this, she still answered truthfully. Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the White Tiger nodded in satisfaction. It scratched its neck, and no longer thought about what had just happened. The moment the White Tiger retracted its Dharma idol, the pressure on Patriarch Qingfeng disappeared. The pressure on their bodies disappeared, and Patriarch Clear Wind and the others looked in the direction of the White Tiger, with expressions of having survived a disaster. The White Tiger had already appeared at the entrance of the cave. Moreover, a woman had appeared beside him. From the way they were talking, they were obviously very friendly. There was actually someone who could communicate with a divine beast like the White Tiger on equal footing. He must be a senior with terrifying strength. The Hidden Dragon Saintess and Qingfeng Saint Sun, who were standing beside the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Qingfeng Patriarch respectively, saw Lin Ruomiao's figure and were terrified. They staggered. "Ling, what's wrong? Feng, what's wrong?" Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master asked them at the same time. Logically speaking, the White Tiger's pressure had already disappeared, so there should not be such a reaction. "Father, do you remember the mysterious senior I mentioned just now? She's there. Moreover, those demon beasts might have been killed by her." The Hidden Dragon Saintess looked at Lin Ruomiao and said to the Hidden Dragon Sect Master in fear. The Clearwind Saint Sun also said, "Grandpa, didn't I tell you before that the woman I like is her?" As he spoke, the Clearwind Saint Sun did not even dare to look at Lin Ruomiao out of fear, and hid behind Patriarch Clearwind. Hearing their words, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Of all the people the two of you could provoke, you actually provoked this senior." Looking at how close he was to the White Tiger, if they were to argue, they would not be able to escape today. What a scam. "I've decided, for the sake of the Clear Wind Sect's inheritance, if that senior doesn't forgive you, I won't have you as my grandson anymore." Patriarch Clearwind looked at Clearwind Saint Sun and said slowly, "What a joke. That God Emperor realm ancestor Huang Shu had suppressed them so much that they could not raise their heads. If they offended the white tiger, they would have to become his food, just like that emperor god. No, perhaps Senior White Tiger wouldn't take a fancy to them, and would only slap them to death. Brother Qingfeng, I admire you. I have the same thoughts. If Ling can't get that senior's forgiveness, one can't do anything about it. When he spoke, the hidden dragon sect master revealed a sense of powerlessness. It couldn't be helped. Who asked their holy sons and holy daughters to offend such a terrifying existence? Even if they were reasonable, they wouldn't dare to say anything. The Qingfeng saint's son and the hidden dragon saintess faces turned ashen when they heard their words. Clear Wind Saint's son shed tears of regret and said to Patriarch Clear Wind, "Grandpa, I don't want to die. One don't want to die." The movements of Patriarch Clear Wind and the hidden dragon sect master naturally attracted the attention of Lin Ruomiao and White Tiger. White Tiger casually glanced at them. He naturally did not know about the matter between them and Lin Ruomiao. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be interested in it. And those matters were merely fleeting clouds to Lin Ruomiao, and she had long forgotten them to the back of her mind. Patriarch Qifeng and the hidden dragon sect master saw Lin Ruomiao looking in their direction. Thinking that Lin Ruomiao was about to come over to denounce her, he immediately pulled his holy sons and holy daughters to Lin Ruomiao. He knelt down before Lin Ruomiao and slowly said, "Senior, my daughter boy, is not sensible, please punish her." Lin Ruomiao didn't know what they were doing. She only remembered what had happened when she saw the hidden dragon saintess and the clear wind saint's son. Having just harvested the passion fruit, Lin Ruomiao was in a good mood. With the white tiger beside her, she said to Patriarch Qingfeng and the others, "There's no need. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Although Lin Ruomiao didn't care about their previous behavior, it didn't mean that she would interact with them. Under the fearful gazes of Patriarch Qingfeng and the others, Lin Ruomiao walked to the side with the white tiger beside her. In the end, the only ones left were Patriarch Qingfeng and the others with blank expressions. Chapter 288, Chapter 288. Senior must have seen that we would come looking for him. 1. Chapter 288. Senior must have seen that we would come looking for him. 1. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Patriarch Clear Wind looked at Lin Ruomiao and the white tiger, who were getting further and further away from him. His face was still dull as he looked at the hidden dragon sect master beside him in a daze. He slowly said to him, "Brother Hidden Dragon, did we escape a calamity?" End quote. As he spoke, Patriarch Qingfeng's tone was still filled with uncertainty. He could not believe that Lin Ruomiao would let them off just like that. The hidden dragon sect master looked at Patriarch Qingfeng with a disappointed expression and said to him, "Brother Qingfeng, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Ling and the others' actions are just small fights in Senior's eyes. Senior's magnanimity is something that you and I can only guess. If you ask me, he's an expert, and he has the demeanor of an expert." Hearing the hidden dragon sect master's words, Patriarch Qingfeng slapped his forehead and said to the hidden dragon sect master, with a look of realization, "Brother Qianlong, thanks to your reminder, it seems that one was too narrow-minded. Senior doesn't take Feng and the others' actions to heart at all." As he spoke, Patriarch Qingfeng calmed himself down and stroked his chest a few times. Then he said to Qingfeng Saint's son and hidden dragon saintess behind him, "You guys are lucky this time. Senior is magnanimous and won't argue with you. If there's a next time, no one can protect you, understand?" Although Lin Ruomiao didn't argue with them this time, it could be considered that they had escaped death. However, if they were to offend that senior again, wouldn't they be in trouble again? The hidden dragon saintess and the clear wind saint's son nodded. Now, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to find trouble with Lin Ruomiao. Slowly, Lin Ruomiao's figure left the sight of Patriarch Qingfeng and the others. At this moment, a cultivator from the Cultivator Alliance walked out and said to Patriarch Qingfeng, "Chief Qingfeng, look at this sacred item. As he spoke, the cultivator pointed to the entrance of the cave. Patriarch Qifeng looked at the entrance of the cave. The array formation had disappeared. However, Lin Ruomiao coming out of the cave had already explained everything. This sacred object was already in Lin Ruomiao's hands. What was the point of them going in now? With this thought in mind, Patriarch Qingfeng said to the cultivator, "If you think there's anything else in there that's suitable for you, take it." Although the sacred item had been taken away, there should still be many other small treasures. After all, the Yellow Squirrel clan had occupied the Coiling Dragon Mountain range for so many years. It was impossible for them not to have some treasures. The other cultivators who had received Patriarch Qingfeng's instructions were also excited. They immediately walked toward the cave entrance like a beehive. After experiencing what had just happened, these cultivators did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that another awesome senior would accidentally appear. Who would they complain to then? As the group of cultivators went into the cave to look for treasures, the sect master of the Hidden Dragon sect walked to Patriarch Qingfeng's side and slowly said to him, "Brother Qingfeng, do you still remember why we came here to find the sacred item?" As he had just experienced the ups and downs of life, Patriarch Qingfeng only remembered something when he heard the Hidden Dragon sect master's words. "Sai, of course I know. But now that the sacred object is in Senior's hands, what else can we do?" As he spoke, Patriarch Qingfeng sighed, feeling helpless. "Of course I know that the sacred object is in Senior's hands. What I want to say is that Senior doesn't look like a vicious person just now. Why don't we ask him for help?" Seeing Patriarch Qingfeng's reaction, the Hidden Dragon sect master smiled and said to him, "You mean to ask Senior for help?" Patriarch Qingfeng muttered to himself as he placed his hand under his chin and fell into deep thought. But with the treasures we have on us now, they might not even be trash in Senior's eyes. After pondering for a while, Patriarch Qingfeng spoke slowly to the Hidden Dragon sect master. "We'll just try our best to bring out the best treasures. In any case, we'll go over and give it a try." Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the Hidden Dragon sect master gritted his teeth, as if he had made an important decision. "All right then." Patriarch Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Then the two of them turned into rays of light and chased after Wang Lin. Outside the Coiling Dragon Mountain range, Lin Ruomiao brought the white tiger by her side and was about to follow the route she took to the divine world when she sensed something. Frowning, he looked behind him and saw two streams of light flying in his direction. Didn't he just tell them that he was fine? Why did he follow her here? Although Lin Ruomiao didn't put them in her eyes, if they knew her route back, she would be able to escape. If he disturbed Xiao Changtian, wouldn't he be unhappy? With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao stopped in her tracks and stood where she was as she watched Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master fly over. The Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind were flying in the air. When the Hidden Dragon sect master saw Lin Ruomiao stop to wait for them, he could not help but say to Patriarch Clear Wind beside him, "You see, Senior must have expected us to come looking for her, so she stopped and waited for us. One think there's a chance for us to ask Senior for help." Patriarch Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Lin Ruomiao was able to stand on equal footing with the white tiger, so it was very normal for her to be able to predict their thoughts in advance. Soon, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master landed in front of Lin Ruomiao. When they saw her, they cupped their fists and said slowly, "Senior." Lin Ruomiao glanced at them indifferently and said unhappily, "Tell me, why are you looking for me? If there's nothing, don't follow me." Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master were delighted. As expected, Senior had long expected that the two of them would come looking for him. Otherwise, with Senior's strength, as long as he didn't want them to find her, how could they find her? Immediately, the Hidden Dragon sect master said to Lin Ruomiao, "We came to find Senior because we have something to trouble you with. This time, we came to the Coiling Dragon Mountain range for that sacred object. With that sacred object, we can ask the Heaven Secret Pavilion to help us investigate the reason why the God King of the God King Palace disappeared for no reason. Just like the Tian Yuan continent, the divine world had its own pavilion of heavenly secrets. In other words, the pavilion of heavenly secrets on the Tian Yuan continent was a branch of the pavilion of heavenly secrets. The pavilion of heavenly secrets did not participate in the struggles between the various factions. All they did was provide all kinds of information to the cultivators of the divine world. Of course, the price for different information was different. For example, Patriarch Clear Wind and the others wanted to know where the God Kings of the God King Palace were, so the Prophecy Pavilion offered the price of the passion fruit. Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master were both God Kings in the God King Palace. With so many God Kings suddenly gone, they were sent out to search for them. Regarding the words of the Master of the Hidden Dragon Gate, Lin Ruomiao only knew that the sacred object he said was the passion fruit in his hand. However, this was the ingredient that his master had instructed him to find. He could not hand it over. As for the God King Palace and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, Lin Ruomiao had never heard of them and did not care. With this thought in mind, Lin Ruomiao said to the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Patriarch Clear Wind, "So, why are you looking for me? Are you trying to snatch the passion fruit from me?" Chapter 289. Chapter 289. Are these people you're looking for some brick and ash moving worker? 1. Chapter 289. Are these people you're looking for some brick and ash moving worker? 1. Celestial continent in the clouds. After hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Patriarch Qingfeng looked at her eyes. Shocked, they hurriedly said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, no. This sacred object was obtained by Senior with his strength. How could we have any thoughts about it? We were just wondering if Senior could help us find the whereabouts of those God Kings." As he spoke, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master even gave Lin Ruomiao a flattering smile. He was afraid that if he angered Lin Ruomiao, who would he complain to when an attack came down? After the Hidden Dragon Sect Master finished speaking, Patriarch Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Senior, we will do our best to satisfy your request." As he spoke, Patriarch Qingfeng took out a jade bracelet. He had found it in a mystic realm in his early years. According to his estimation, this jade bracelet could block the Divine Emperor's attack at a critical moment. Even though Patriarch Qingfeng knew that this might not be of much use to Lin Ruomiao, he was still a little worried. However, this was already the best treasure he could take out from his entire body. After Patriarch Qingfeng took out the jade bracelet, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master also took out a bottle of spiritual medicine that he had treasured for many years. This was also a bottle of precious medicine that he had gone through countless hardships to obtain. After hearing their words, Lin Ruomiao finally understood what they wanted her to do. He looked at the jade bracelet in Patriarch Qingfeng's hand and the jade bottle in the Hidden Dragon Sect Master's hand. However, since they were sincere, Lin Ruomiao said to them, "Let me see what they look like first." When White Tiger saw that Lin Ruomiao was willing to help Patriarch Qingfeng and the others, he scratched his neck and said nothing. In any case, he had Lin Ruomiao as his shield when he returned. He was not very worried. It was good to play in the divine world for a while more. Perhaps there would be something delicious to eat at that time. When Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master heard Lin Ruomiao's words, they could not hide their joy. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master gathered his quintessential essence as he gestured in the air with his finger, drawing out the appearance of Divine King Red Cloud in front of Lin Ruomiao. "Senior, this is Divine King Hong Yun from the Divine King Palace. He has been missing for a while. He is not in his own Red Cloud Divine Hall, but his descendant, Divine King Hong Yun, said that he did not die." Lin Ruomiao looked at God King Red Cloud's appearance in midair and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen it before, and he frowned. Seeing Lin Ruomiao's appearance, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master wasn't in a hurry. Following that, the true essence on his body changed once more and drew out the Black Heaven Divine King's figure. Seeing God King Black Heaven's appearance, Lin Ruomiao finally relaxed her furrowed brows. Wasn't this the person who carried bricks and smashed dust in her master's courtyard? After the hidden dragon sect master displayed the appearance of 2 godly kings in succession, he also said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, how is it? Can you find their whereabouts?" After hearing the hidden dragon sect master's words, Lin Ruomiao slowly said to him, "Are the people you're looking for some workers who carry bricks and ash?" "A worker who moved bricks and ashes?" Lin Ruomiao's words left the hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind dumbfounded. Why would this senior say that God King Red Cloud and the others were workers who moved bricks and smashed ashes? With their status as godly kings, how could they possibly carry bricks and dust for others? The hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng shook their heads and said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, based on our understanding of them, these people would rather die than move bricks and dust. Isn't it?" Lin Ruomiao muttered to herself. Then, she waved her hand, displaying the scene of deity King Red Cloud, and the rest moving bricks and dust in Xiao Changtian's courtyard. "Look, are you sure it's not?" The hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng looked at the god kings in disbelief. If Lin Ruomiao had said that divine King Red Cloud and the others were moving bricks and smashing dust, the hidden dragon sect master and the others would not have believed it. However, they had completely believed it now because the figures of the other divine kings were also in the scene. Moreover, with Lin Ruomiao's identity, there was no need to deceive them at all. "Has Emperor Gord returned to normal? Why are you all moving bricks and dust?" The hidden dragon sect master muttered. Then, as if he had thought of something, he turned to Patriarch Qingfeng and said, "Brother Qifeng, do you think Hong Yun and the others have been captured and enslaved by someone? After all, god emperors and god monarchs would never appear in the divinity. However, this time at the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range has changed our view." When Patriarch Qingfeng heard the name of the hidden dragon sect master, he seemed to have understood, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Hong Yun and the rest of the godly monarchs had been captured and enslaved by the other party. With the strength of the 2 of them, it was probably impossible to save them. Unless they had the strength to swallow the divine emperor realm in one gulp like the white tiger. Patriarch Clear Wind was about to ask Lin Ruomiao for help when he realized that she was looking at them angrily. When they said that deity King Red Cloud was captured and enslaved, it was naturally heard by Lin Ruomiao. Wasn't this indirectly saying that Xiao Changtian had captured them and enslaved them? Master was giving them a huge opportunity, so why did they become slaves? Lin Ruomiao naturally couldn't tolerate the dark Xiao Changtian. A powerful wave of air burst out from her body. The killing intent from their bodies descended on the hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng. The hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Qingfeng felt the pressure on their bodies and felt that even breathing was a little stuffy. They looked at Lin Ruomiao in confusion and said, "Senior, did something happen? If I have offended you, please forgive me." The hidden dragon sect master tried his best to adjust his current state and try not to collapse. "What did you just say? They were captured and enslaved?" Lin Ruomiao's emotionless voice entered the ears of the hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind, and the 2 of them instantly understood something. Could it be that Hong Yun and the others were captured by Senior? Yes, that's true. Otherwise, why would Senior be so angry? Just as they were about to enter, the hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind looked at each other. A hint of determination flashed in their eyes as they shouted at Lin Ruomiao. "To think that we still called out to you. So it was you who plotted against Hong Yun and the others. Come on, the God King Palace will not let you off." The hidden dragon sect master seemed to have seen his own fate and wanted to say something ruthless before he died. He knew that with White Tiger's strength, it was impossible for them to escape today. Lin Ruomiao looked at the hidden dragon sect master's generous appearance and understood what he had misunderstood. She walked up to him and slowly said, "Even if you want to die, I'll let you die with an understanding. To tell you the truth, Those were supreme opportunities obtained from Master. If you slander Master like this, dying 10,000 times won't be enough to make up for it. Master? Obtaining opportunities. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master were dumbfounded when they heard Lin Ruomiao's words. Chapter 290, Senior We Are Sins 1. Chapter 290, Senior We Are Sins 1. Celestial Continent in the Clouds. The Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Qifeng did not know how to express their feelings. What did Senior just say? Senior has a master? Did Hongyan and the others go there to obtain a great opportunity? The Hidden Dragon sect master felt that his brain was no longer enough. Although he had never seen Lin Ruomiao fight, to be able to stand on equal footing with the White Tiger, his strength presumably wouldn't be bad either. He didn't expect Lin Ruomiao to have a master. Then what kind of person was his master? Could he be a legendary immortal? If that was the case, then it would make sense to give Divine King Red Cloud and the others a great opportunity. At the thought of this, the Hidden Dragon sect master immediately knelt down before Lin Ruomiao and said, Senior, I misunderstood you just now. One hope you won't hold a grudge against me. Take us to God King Red Cloud and the others. When Patriarch Clear Wind heard the Hidden Dragon sect master's words, he immediately came to Lin Ruomiao's side and knelt before him. He said, Senior, it was our fault just now. We shouldn't have guessed Senior's master. Please forgive us. When the White Tiger saw them begging for mercy, it recalled the conversation it had with them in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. It could be considered that it had some fate with them, so it transmitted a message to Lin Ruomiao. Girl, why don't you bring them to the courtyard and let Master deal with them? When Lin Ruomiao heard the White Tiger's voice transmission, she nodded in agreement before slowly withdrawing her aura. The pressure on their bodies disappeared, and the Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind immediately felt relieved. They greedily breathed in the fresh air and said to Lin Ruomiao, Thank you, Senior. I can take you to the person you're looking for, but there's one thing I have to say first. Master is currently playing around in the mortal world. The mortal world refines one's heart. You can't reveal any cultivation in front of him. Otherwise, if we disturb Master's cultivation, neither of us can bear the responsibility. Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Qifeng nodded. In the cultivation world, experts had their own demeanor. It was normal for some experts to like the secular world, to refine their hearts and play around. At the same time, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master deeply remembered this matter. This was a major event that concerned their lives. After explaining clearly, Lin Miao looked at the barrier between the two worlds under her feet. She waved the dagger at her waist, and a crack appeared in front of them. Seeing Lin Ruomiao's methods, the Hidden Dragon sect master and Patriarch Clear Wind exclaimed. As expected of a senior, her strength was so terrifying. If they were to fight, it was estimated that even 10 of them would not be able to break through the barrier between the two worlds. Patriarch Qifeng also understood why he did not know Lin Ruomiao before. It turned out that she lived in the lower realm. However, thinking about it, it was normal. Senior's master was tempering his heart in the mortal world, so it was normal for him to live in the lower realm. Looking at the crack in front of her, Lin Ruomiao said to Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master behind her, Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ruomiao flew down first. White Tiger, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon sect master followed closely behind. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian was currently sleeping on a rocking chair in the backyard. A few rays of sunlight shone into the courtyard. Xiao Changtian slowly woke up from his sleep. He sat up from the rocking chair, stretched his body, and looked at the sky. Yes, it's time to see those small animals. Xiao Changtian muttered. Mu Jiahuang was helping him feed the animals. However, as an animal keeper in his previous life, Xiao Changtian had maintained his habit of checking on animals every day. Standing up from the rocking chair, Xiao Changtian came to the small pond in the yard and looked at the turtle and goldfish swimming in the water. Not bad. Xiao Changtian saw that the animals in his house had been very obedient recently and did not sneak out. He was very pleased. As expected, animals were psychic. They would be much more obedient if he made an iron cage for them. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian walked towards the bamboo forest in the courtyard. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw the ants, pandas, and the others. This Alpha is still so patient. Looking at Alpha at the gate of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian smiled helplessly. But where did the kitten go? Xiao Changtian looked around the courtyard, but couldn't find the kitten. He immediately became anxious. Among all the animals, kittens were the most lovable. In his previous life, when people came to the zoo, they also had a special liking for cats. If someone outside took a fancy to her, where would he find her? This didn't mean that the road to invincibility was far away. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian was ready to go to the town to look for it. He had been looking forward to the invincible road for so long, so he couldn't just let it go. At the same time, Lin Ruomiao brought the hidden dragon sect master, Patriarch Clear Wind, and the others to Great Sun Town. White Tiger walked beside her. Xiao Changtian saw Lin Ruomiao and the others as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard. Then, he saw the white tiger by Lin Ruomiao's feet. Xiao Changtian quickly walked over and held it in his arms. He stroked the white tiger's back and said slowly, "I thought you were carried away by someone. I didn't expect you to be with Ruomiao." While Xiao Changtian was talking, the white tiger stuck out its tongue and licked Xiao Changtian's arm. From the looks of it, it was no different from the little tabby cats that were usually raised at home. The hidden dragon sect master and Patriarch Clearwind were shocked. There was actually someone who raised a divine beast like the white tiger as a pet, and the white tiger even looked obedient. Divine beasts like the white tiger are usually sentient and will be kept by others as pets. This senior's strength is probably far beyond our imagination. But thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Ruomiao was originally on equal footing with the white tiger, and it seemed normal for Lin Ruomiao's master to raise the white tiger as a pet. Xiao Changtian hugged the white tiger and checked its body. After confirming that there was no problem, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xiao Changtian saw the hidden dragon sect master and Qingfeng Patriarch standing behind Lin Ruomiao. He said to Lin Ruomiao, "Ruomiao, these two are," quote. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the hidden dragon sect master and Qingfeng Patriarch knelt down in front of Xiao Changtian and said, "Senior, we are guilty." After realizing Xiao Changtian's strength, Patriarch Qifeng and the hidden dragon sect master didn't think that Xiao Changtian didn't know what they had said in the divinity. He immediately asked Xiao Changtian for forgiveness. Such an existence would not give Hongyan and the others a chance casually. Guilty. Xiao Changtian looked at Qingfeng Patriarch and the hidden dragon sect master who knelt down to him as soon as they met. He was also dumbfounded. Chapter 291 Chapter 291. So you're looking for someone 1. Chapter 291. So you're looking for someone 1. At the gate of Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Xiao Changtian looked at Qingfeng Patriarch and the hidden dragon sect master kneeling in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. He asked his disciple what was going on with these two people, but he did not expect these two people to kneel down directly. And he said that he was guilty? These two people had followed Ruomiao back. Looking at how old they were, they didn't look like those outlaws. After all, if he committed a crime at such an old age, the local government would not be able to catch him. On the other hand, those who were too strict with themselves felt that life was too tiring, and that everything they did was wrong. If that was the case, if it was not too serious, he could enlighten them. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian turned to Qingfeng Patriarch and the hidden dragon sect master, who were kneeling on the ground, and said, "Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Tell me." Qingfeng ancestor and the hidden dragon sect master, who were kneeling on the ground, were delighted to hear that Xiao Changtian didn't blame them. As expected, Senior knew everything. He even knew why he was here. At the same time, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude. Senior was magnanimous and did not fuss over their ignorance before. He would have to repay Senior in the future. With this thought in mind, Qingfeng said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, we've indeed encountered some difficulties recently. We're looking for Hongyun and the others." Hearing Qingfeng Patriarch's words, Xiao Changtian finally realized that he was looking for someone. It was normal for him to be anxious. However, he did not know whether Hongyun was a good person or not. Just as Xiao Changtian was about to tell Qingfeng Ancestor and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master that he had never seen Hongyun before, Lin Ruomiao walked to Xiao Changtian's side and said slowly, "Master, they're looking for the bricklayers and ashers in the courtyard." After Lin Ruomiao finished speaking, Xiao Changtian swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Looking at the cool breeze, the old man, the hidden door, the clothing, the search, the search, the search, the search, the search. So he was here to look for someone. He thought it was something big. Then, Xiao Changtian waved his hand and said to Patriarch Qingfeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master, "You're too late. They finished their work and left a few days ago." Leave after finishing? The Qingfeng Patriarch and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master looked at each other after hearing Xiao Changtian's words. Seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, he knelt down to Xiao Changtian again and said, "Senior, please help us find them." They had said disrespectful words to Xiao Changtian before, and it was already good enough that Xiao Changtian didn't bother with them. Now that they had to trouble Xiao Changtian, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master felt uneasy. Seeing Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master kneel down to him, Xiao Changtian said to them, "You guys get up first. Don't keep acting like this. It won't be good if others see you. The person you're looking for lives in this town. Go and find him yourself." What was wrong with these two old men? They would kneel down for no reason. If the neighbors saw this, they would think that he was abusing them. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master stood up immediately after hearing Xiao Changtian's words and said, "Thank you, Senior." They also knew that Xiao Changtian was cultivating his heart in the mortal world and would not stick to the etiquette of the divinity. After receiving the news from Divine King Red Cloud and the others, Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master chatted with Xiao Changtian for a while before leaving the courtyard. Soon, after leaving Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master were walking on the streets of Dayang Town. Hearing the shouts from both sides of the street, Qingfeng wiped the sweat off his face. The pressure he felt from Xiao Changtian was no less than the pressure he felt when he faced the White Tiger. Then, Patriarch Qingfeng said to the Hidden Dragon Sect Master beside him with some lingering fear, "Qianlong, you said that if we found Hongyun and the others, we would have to give them a good beating. In order to find them, we had to suffer so much along the way." Hearing Patriarch Qingfeng's words, the Hidden Dragon Sect Master nodded in unison and waved his fists. "After they are done, we must let them. What can they do?" Before the Hidden Dragon Sect Master could finish speaking, a clear voice came from behind him. The Hidden Dragon Sect Master and Old Ancestor Clear Wind turned their heads at the same time and saw God King Red Cloud and God King Black Sky standing behind them. Seeing the smiles on the faces of God King Red Cloud and the others, Qingfeng was furious and was about to punch Red Cloud. This is not a place to reminisce. Divine King Red Cloud uttered a few words before waving his sleeves. Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master felt as if the world was spinning as they appeared outside Great Sun Town. "Hongyan, you've reached the God Emperor realm." Patriarch Clear Wind couldn't even see how God King Red Cloud attacked. "Hee, what do you think? What were you saying on the street just now? You want to attack me?" Hongyan smiled at Qingfeng. Back in the Godly King Palace, Godly King Red Cloud and Patriarch Clear Wind were considered old friends. The two of them often sparred with each other. Now that they were far stronger than Patriarch Clear Wind, God King Red Cloud naturally wanted to tease them. Moreover, they wanted to attack him in Daongtown just now. Wasn't that courting death? Daongtown was a place where seniors played around in the mortal world. If cultivators like them attacked here, how many of them would have a good ending? Just as that senior said, "You're working hard to obtain great opportunities." After confirming God King Red Cloud's strength, Qingfeng felt bitter. They thought they were captured and used as slaves. "What's wrong with you? Why did we see you kneeling at the entrance of Senior's courtyard just now?" After exchanging pleasantries, God King Red Cloud spoke to Patriarch Clear Wind. Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master told them everything that happened when they went to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, met Lin Ruomiao, and went to Great Sun Town. After hearing their story, God King Red Cloud sighed and said to Patriarch Clear Wind, "Qingfeng, it's not that one want to criticize you, but luckily Senior didn't argue with you this time. Otherwise no one could protect you." God King Black Heaven nodded in agreement after God King Red Cloud finished speaking. "Qingfeng, you know our situation now. We won't be going back to the Godly King Palace. You can think about your future plans yourself." Under the crowd's chatter, Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master looked at Divine King Red Cloud and the others with envy. This group of people was living a carefree life now. Not only did they not have to deal with some chores in their own forces, but they also had to deal with some other matters. Every day, he could even listen to the senior's Tao lecture by the side of the senior's courtyard. Even his strength had advanced to the God Emperor realm. Such a day was really fragrant. No one have to stay and repay senior for his kindness. After a moment of thought, Patriarch Qingfeng clenched his fists and said slowly, Chapter 292, Chapter 292. These brothers are afraid of cats? _I. Chapter 292. These brothers are afraid of cats? _I. Outside Daongtown, Patriarch Clear Wind stood beside them, clenching his fists. Although he had offended Senior, Senior did not offend him. This meant that Senior was giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Perhaps after he had changed, the Senior would give him some opportunities or something. At that time, he would be able to catch up to Hong Yin and the others. After Patriarch Qingfeng finished speaking, how could the Hidden Dragon Sect Master not understand his thoughts? He immediately followed him and said, "Qingfeng, like you, I will stay and find a chance to repay Senior." Even with their strength, Xiao Changtian probably wouldn't use them. However, what if one day, Senior had something that they could do to help? God King Red Cloud and God King Black Sky saw the actions of Patriarch Clear Wind and the others, and naturally understood what he was thinking. Everyone smiled and nodded tacitly. Following that, God King Red Cloud turned to Patriarch Clear Wind and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master and said, "Qingfeng Qianlong, you two have just arrived. Why don't I take you to eat dumplings? Let me tell you, one didn't know when one was in the divine realm. But now that you've eaten it, one guarantee that you'll go again next time." After they settled down in Great Sun Town, Deity King Red Cloud and Deity King Black Sky also started to enjoy life like Xiao Changtian. They strolled around Daongtown every day. Although they could avoid eating, they still went to the restaurants in the town often. As a result, the income of the people in Daongtown also rose rapidly. After all, Divine King Red Cloud and the others had as much gold as they wanted, let alone silver and copper coins. At the entrance of Xiao Changtian's courtyard, after Patriarch Qifeng and the Hidden Dragon Sect Master left, Xiao Changtian also prepared to bring White Tiger and Lin Ruomiao into the house. Just as they were about to enter the main gate, they saw a figure dressed in black preparing to sneak in through the main gate. "Stop! There's a thief!" Xiao Changtian's first reaction when he saw the black shadow was that a thief wanted to steal something from his courtyard. After all, who would dress up like this usually? The entire body was wrapped in black, and the face was covered with a mask and a hat. If it wasn't a thief, then what was it? Hearing Xiao Changtian shout, The black shadow knew that he had been discovered by Xiao Changtian. Just as he was about to run into the courtyard, the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's arms jumped down from his body and rushed towards the black shadow. Roar! In the spiritual world of the black shadow, the huge figure of the white tiger stood in the air, staring at him. Then the white tiger roared at him. Bang! In the spiritual world, the black-robed man was attacked by the white tiger, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. At the entrance of Xiao Changtian's courtyard, the black-robed man's body fell to the ground, and the black cloth on his face fell off. After seeing the face of the man in black, Xiao Changtian stopped and muttered to the man in black. Ditian. Xiao Changtian's voice slowly entered the black-robed man's ears. Due to the white tiger's attack, the clone of the master of the divine court had yet to catch his breath. In the spiritual world just now, the white tiger's attack contained cold killing intent. If he hadn't protected his vital body parts well, he would probably have died under the claws of the white tiger. After Lin Ruomiao left with the white tiger, the avatar of the divine court master hidden in the cultivator alliance followed behind her. Although Lin Ruomiao and the white tiger were powerful, the avatar of the master of the divine court still wanted to take a gamble with the temptation of the passion fruit. Coupled with his unique shadow breath technique, as long as he did not make a move, no one would be able to discover his existence. However, after following him all the way to Daong Town, he did not expect to sense the aura of the main body. Moreover, the clone of the master of the divine court was certain that his main body was in Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Feeling excited, he rushed to see the main body. He revealed his body, and Xiao Changtian saw him. Could it be that his main body was imprisoned by such an existence? Thinking about how the white tiger had attacked him without any emotion, the clone of the master of the divine court immediately concluded that Xiao Changtian had controlled his main body. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so reckless just now. A trace of regret flashed through his heart, but the clone of the master of the divine court also knew his current situation. To be able to raise a white tiger as a pet, even when he was all-powerful in the divine world back then, he could not do it. The white tiger also stared coldly at the clone of the master of the divine court. Back in the coiling dragon mountain range, he was still wondering what brainless fellows would do together. Back then in the coiling dragon mountain range, the white tiger had also sensed the existence of the clone of the master of the divine court. They didn't expect him to be one of them. Damn it! At this moment, Ditian also walked out from Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Seeing the half-dead clone on the ground, he quickly said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, please show mercy." When Xiao Changtian saw Ditian walking out of the courtyard, his expression was also filled with shock. How could there be two Ditians? Could it be that the one lying on the ground was Ditian's younger twin brother? As he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian spoke to Ditian. "Ditian, is this your twin brother? Younger brother?" When Ditian heard Xiao Changtian's words, his face was also filled with shock. This senior was cultivating his heart in the mortal world and playing around in the mortal world. In the eyes of mortals, his clone was like his younger brother. After he understood, Ditian stared at his clone on the ground and spoke to Xiao Changtian. "N. This little brother has just arrived at senior's place and doesn't know the rules." At this moment, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court stared at Ditian in shock. Younger brother? Since when did he become the main body's younger brother? If it wasn't for the white tiger suppressing him, the clone would have gone up and asked. However, seeing that the main body was fine, the clone heaved a sigh of relief. After that, Xiao Changtian also waved his hands. He then spoke to Ditian. "Ditian, this little brother of yours is dressed in a unique way. If he dresses like this, people outside would definitely misunderstand him. Alright, you two haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Go catch up." Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Ditian hurriedly nodded in agreement. After that, he pointed at the white tiger in front of his clone and spoke to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, this white tiger was standing in front of his clone. Under its pressure, how could he talk to his clone? Xiao Changtian followed Di Tian's finger and saw him pointing at the white tiger on the ground. Why? Are the two brothers afraid of cats? As he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian also spoke to Di Tian. Why? It's just a cat. Are you afraid? Then, Xiao Changtian walked to the white tiger and picked him up from the ground. He stared at the two of them in confusion. The kitten was so cute. Why were the two brothers afraid? I don't understand. Chapter 293. Chapter 293. Clone Fusion 1. Chapter 293. Clone Fusion 1. Di Tian stared at the white tiger in Xiao Changtian's hands. He could only smile at Xiao Changtian. Senior, only you dare to call the white tiger a kitten. It's already good enough that the white tiger doesn't destroy existences like us. With this thought in his heart, Di Tian pulled his clone up from the ground. The clone of the master of the divine court felt the pressure of the white tiger on his body disappear and looked at the main body beside him. His stomach was filled with questions. Just as he was about to ask something, Di Tian pulled him back and spoke to Xiao Changtian. Thank you, Senior. Alright, go ahead. However, I suggest that your brother change his clothes as well. Otherwise, it's too easy for others to misunderstand. Xiao Changtian stared at Di Tian and his clone before him. He waved his hand at them as he mumbled. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian walked into his courtyard with the white tiger in his arms. Lin Ruomiao stared at Di Tian and his clone but didn't say anything. With her current strength, she could also sense the connection between Di Tian and his clone. However, her master did not say anything, so she did not say anything else. After Xiao Changtian and Lin Ruomiao entered the courtyard, Di Tian also glanced around. After making sure that no one was spying on him, he pulled the clone of the master of the divine court and walked into a small alley. What's going on? Stop pulling. Tell me. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court followed Di Tian into the small alley. He stared at Di Tian before him as he mumbled. What happened to you just now? Why were you so rash? It just so happens that Senior doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even know how they died. Di Tian stared at his clone, who was still smiling mischievously, as he spoke in a tone of disappointment. Upon sensing the anger in Di Tian's words, the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court also turned solemn. He then spoke to Di Tian. Master, since one found you this time, I'll fuse with you directly. This way, you'll have more strength and can protect yourself more in the future. Also, is the master of the white tiger just now your friend? Why didn't one know about it? Upon hearing that his clone was going to fuse with him, Di Tian's expression softened. It seems that you haven't forgotten your roots. You'll understand what happened to Senior later. As he spoke, Di Tian also gathered the true essence in his hands. Back then, when he released these clones, he was also worried that they would not be under his control. It might even want to devour him instead. From today's situation, it was still possible. He just didn't know how his other clones were doing, and what their personalities were like. Very quickly, a ball of light appeared in Di Tian's hand. Di Tian raised his arm and pushed it towards the center of his clone's brows. Instantly, Di Tian told his clone how he met Xiao Changtian. Ha, main body, you were actually hit by a clone. The clone of the Lord of the Divine Court digested the information in his mind. At the same time, he pointed at Di Tian and smiled. However, one didn't expect this senior to be cultivating his heart in the mortal world and playing around. Moreover, he even raised such a divine beast. One wonder what kind of cultivation he has. However, with him taking you in, I'm not too worried about your safety. I'm a little worried about the others. I don't know where they are now, and if their luck has been stolen. Perhaps because he knew that he was about to fuse with the main body, the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court turned into a chatterbox and chattered non-stop. Alright, Senior is experiencing the life of a mortal. It's not suitable for us to fuse in his courtyard. I think this place is quite safe. Why don't we fuse here? Di Tian stared at his clone, his face expressionless. He placed his hands on his clone's shoulders as he spoke. The clone of the master of the divine court also smiled faintly. There was no sadness in his eyes. To him, avoiding the pursuit, finding the main body, and fusing with it was his mission. After hiding from place to place for the past few days, the clone of the master of the divine court was very happy to be able to find the main body. He slapped Di Tian's hand off his shoulder and clasped his hands tightly with Di Tian's. Then, both of them began to chant the same incantation. Immediately, a white light shone on the body of the avatar of the master of the divine court. Secret skill merge. Di Tian's eyes were filled with determination. With a loud shout, the clone of the master of the divine court, before him transformed into white light. After that, they gathered bit by bit into Di Tian's body, before completely dissipating into the air. As the energy of his clone was injected into him, Di Tian also sat down cross-legged, stabilizing the energy in his body. When Di Tian was fusing with it, the God Kings who lived in Great Sun Town also felt an imposing aura. God King Red Cloud, and the others looked in the direction of Xiao Changtian's courtyard and sighed. Senior's methods are truly unfathomable. They felt the pressure of a lord from this aura. It was as if a ruler of the past was awakening. Great Sun God Palace. Taoist De Yang could also sense Di Tian's aura. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Changtian's courtyard. I wonder what Senior is doing. This aura is really profound. In the alley, Di Tian slowly digested the power that his clone had sent over. His face was filled with joy as he looked at his hands. I'm one step closer to my peak. Di Tian mumbled. After fusing with his clone, Di Tian's strength had also reached the peak of the God King stage. In the divine world, as long as the divine emperor and the divine emperor did not appear, his life would not be in danger. Now, he only needed to stay in Xiao Changtian's courtyard to consolidate his cultivation and guard against those old guys in the dark. With this thought in his heart, Di Tian returned to his courtyard. Xiao Changtian, who was feeding the white tiger, saw him and felt that Di Tian seemed to be more energetic after catching up with his younger brother. As expected, people still had to keep in touch with their relatives more often. That way their spirits would be better. As he thought of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian spoke to Di Tian. Di Tian, did you have a good chat with your little brother? When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also smiled and replied. Yes, it's quite a good conversation. Xiao Changtian stared at Di Tian's joyful face as he continued. That's good. If there's nothing else, you can go and look for your brother more. When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, his expression changed. As expected, Senior knew his situation like the back of his hand. Knowing that his strength had increased, he suggested that he look for other clones. Yes, I will. Di Tian replied to Xiao Changtian. In a dark cave, the phantom of the demon god condensed in midair. As the main body, I didn't expect you to hide under the protection of a human expert. You've really disgraced our monster race. This time disappear. The demon god phantom raised its hands. As it spoke, its body emitted a terrifying aura, and even the surrounding space trembled. Chapter 294. Chapter 294. It's better to be careful about being possessed by a ghost. 1. Chapter 294. It's better to be careful about being possessed by a ghost. 1. The morning sun had just shone into Xiao Changtian's courtyard. In the room, Xiao Changtian was lying on his bed. His face revealed some sleepiness as he rubbed his hazy eyes with both hands. It's time to get up. Xiao Changtian opened his arms and said. Then, Xiao Changtian suddenly felt that his body was very heavy, as if there was something pressing down on him. He couldn't help but look at his own body. Wow! Xiao Changtian couldn't help but scream, only to see Chu Iren's head resting on his thigh. Why did this girl sneak into his room again? Xiao Changtian's voice woke Chu Iren up from her sleep. Chu Iren's head moved, slowly lifting up from Xiao Changtian's lap. Looking at Xiao Changtian, who was already seated on the bed, Chu Yiren said to him, "Senior, good morning." After the beast tamer sect had been destroyed, Chu Yiren had gone to the beast tamer headquarters to help her father rebuild the sect. A few days after the construction was completed, Chu Yiren came to Xiao Changtian's courtyard from the beast tamer sect. However, she had arrived too late last night, so Chu Yiren had gone straight to Xiao Changtian's room to sleep. "Girl, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" In the room, Xiao Changtian had already gotten up from his bed. After tidying up his clothes, he also planned to go out for breakfast. "When I came last night, Senior had already fallen asleep, so I didn't disturb Senior." After Chu Yiren had tidied herself up, she stuck out her tongue at Xiao Changtian. "Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Why don't we go out and eat?" Xiao Changtian thought about how this girl's sect had been destroyed by the ghost last time. This time, she must have come back because her sect had been rebuilt. Of course, he had to congratulate her. Moreover, he did not know if the ghost possession had been completely eradicated. Although the great sun immortal said that there was no problem, it was better to let him take a look. "All right." When Chu Yiren heard Xiao Changtian's words, her face lit up with a smile. She couldn't wait to go out for a meal with Xiao Changtian. Soon, Xiao Changtian brought Chu Yiren to a small stall in town to eat some soup. "Boss, give me 2 bowls of beef noodles." Xiao Changtian sat on the small table and said to the stall owner. In Dayang Town, Xiao Changtian was very familiar with the townspeople. Usually, he would come here for a meal. "All right, wait a moment." Soon, 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles were served to Xiao Changtian's table. The waiter looked at Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren before walking over to Xiao Changtian's side and whispering into his ear. "Senior Xiao, you have good taste. You brought your girlfriend out for dinner so early." After Xiao Changtian heard his words, he smiled and pushed him. "What do you mean? There's no such thing. Go do your business." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the waiter quickly showed an expression of understanding and then returned to his soup pot. Chu Yiren couldn't help but say, "Senior, what were you talking about?" "No, don't worry about him. Right after eating, I'll take you to see the immortal De Yang to see how the ghost is doing." Xiao Changtian picked up a bundle of noodles with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth as he spoke slowly to Chu Yiren. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Chu Yiren's face darkened. As expected, nothing could be hidden from Senior. One of the reasons why she came to find Xiao Changtian so late yesterday was that the feeling of uneasiness had been reappearing recently. Chu Yiren was afraid that she would suddenly go berserk and bring disaster to her sect, so she came to Xiao Changtian's place overnight. With that thought in mind, Chu Yiren turned to Xiao Changtian and said, "All right, I'll listen to Senior." Chu Yiren was slowly getting used to the idea of finding Taoist Master Dayang. Senior is currently playing around in the mortal world, so he naturally does things according to the logic of mortals. Seeing Chu Yiren agree, Xiao Changtian nodded his head and continued, "It's better to be careful when it comes to being possessed by ghosts." In the cultivation world, Xiao Changtian had heard of many cases of possession. If it hadn't been completely eradicated the last time, the ghost would have returned one day and possessed Chu Yiren. Possession was that voice in the dark night made by a ghost. However, with my strength, one actually couldn't see through him. Senior even told me to be more careful. One think that the strength of that ghost has also reached an unfathomable level. With that thought in mind, Chu Yiren turned to Xiao Changtian and said, Yes. One heard that strange sound in the dark again recently. 1 foot 11 inches, be careful." "What was that?" Hearing that strange sound in the dark night. When Xiao Changtian heard Chu Yiren's words, he suddenly recalled the TV series from his previous life. In those horror films, ghosts like to come out at night. In his previous life, he had thought that these were all imagined by those people. Now it seemed that there was a reason for ghosts to move in the dark. Since it was daytime now, he had to bring this girl to see the great sun immortal. As they spoke, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren finished their noodles. Following that, Xiao Changtian brought Chu Iren along, and rushed towards the direction of the great sun sect. In the sky above the divine world, the demon god's shadow stood in midair. Beside him stood a man with ice-blue hair. Ice Emperor, this time you're invited to help. You'll receive a lot of benefits. Hearing the monster god's words, the Ice Emperor snorted coldly and waved the spear in her hand. The water vapor in the surrounding air condensed into small ice beads wherever the spear passed. This time, one have mastered the ice frost technique. It won't be a problem for me to help you deal with that terrifying flame. However, you have to remember that after you succeed, you have to deliver the spirit recovery pill that you promised me. As she spoke, the Ice Emperor's eyes were filled with anticipation. I know. As long as you help me restrain that flame, with the spirit recovery pill, it's only a matter of time before you recover your godly emperor cultivation. The phantom of the demon god said to the Ice Emperor with a smile. The Ice Emperor was a capable helper that he had found for himself. After suffering the loss of the immortal De Yang's Nanming Ignis painting, the demon god had hidden himself and healed his injuries continuously. After coming out of seclusion, not only did he reach the peak of his cultivation, but he also invited the Ice Emperor, who was famous in the divine world back then. After failing one after another, the demon god clone was fully prepared to destroy his main body. After receiving the demon god's avatar's assurance, the Ice Emperor smiled. When I recover my cultivation, the dragon fruit will definitely fall into my hands. The reason why the Ice Emperor's cultivation was sealed was because she had barged into the forbidden area of the fire dragon race. He tried to touch their sacred item, but he was discovered by the fire dragon king and was immediately cursed by him. Her cultivation had also fallen to the god emperor realm. Over the years, the Ice Emperor had thought of many ways to break this curse. However, none of them had a good outcome. The spirit recovery pill in the hands of the demon god clone was his new hope. As they spoke, the Ice Emperor and the demon god clone slowly arrived at the place where Lin Ruomiao had returned to the Tian Yuan continent. Recently, in the divine world, a crack between the barriers of the two worlds would appear from time to time. To the demon gods and the others, it was already something that they were used to. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, Senior's High Morality We Can't Keep Up. Chapter 295, Senior's High Morality We Can't Keep Up. With him one. Great Sun Sect's main gate. Xiao Changtian brought Chu Iren with him, and said slowly to the two Great Sun Sect disciples guarding the door. Please inform Taoist Great Sun that Xiao Changtian requests an audience. This was not the first time Xiao Changtian came to Great Sun Sect. The Great Sun Immortal ordered that as long as Xiao Changtian came to find him, he would bring him in immediately. Therefore, when the two Great Sun Sect disciples saw Xiao Changtian, they immediately smiled at him and said, "Please go ahead. The ancestor is already waiting in the hall." As he spoke, a man led Xiao Changtian and Chu Iren towards the Great Sun Divine Hall. The other person left quickly to inform the Great Sun Immortal. Xiao Changtian sighed when he heard the words of the two disciples. The strength of the Great Sun Immortal was indeed terrifying. He was in the main hall, but he knew what was going on outside. If it wasn't for the fact that his system wasn't strong enough, he would have to gather all the animals to activate the path of invincibility. Otherwise, he would also be a powerful figure in a sect now. Xiao Changtian would say these words every time he came to Great Sun Sect. After all, if a transmigrator were to transmigrate into a world of immortal cultivation and not be allowed to cultivate, wouldn't that be torture? Soon, under the lead of the disciple from the Great Solar Sect, Xiao Changtian and Chu Iren arrived at the Great Solar Palace. As soon as he reached the entrance of the hall, the Great Sun Immortal went up to Xiao Changtian and said with a smile, "I've already prepared fruit and tea. Please come in." Xiao Changtian saw that the Great Sun Immortal was so enthusiastic, so he quickly followed him into the hall. After sitting down on a chair in the hall, Xiao Changtian said to the Great Sun Immortal, "Taoist Big Sun, I came to find you this time mainly because I want to trouble you with something." This Iran seems to have been haunted by ghosts again recently. I'll have to trouble you to help see if you can completely eradicate him." When the great sun immortal heard Xiao Changtian's words, he remembered the phantom of the demon god. But didn't it die under the attack of the Naming trigram? Presumably, Senior was playful again, and came to experience mortal life here. With this thought in mind, Immortal Daong said to Xiao Changtian, "Don't worry, that ghost won't be able to cause any waves." In front of Senior's strength, even if that ghost didn't die completely last time, and made a comeback, what could it do? Xiao Changtian heard the casual tone in Daoist Big Sun's voice, and his worry for Chu Iran eased considerably. The great sun immortal was extremely powerful. With him around, those ghosts would not be able to cause any trouble. Feeling relieved, Xiao Changtian smiled. He turned to Chu Iran and said, "Iran, hurry up and thank the great sun immortal. The last time you were saved, it was also because of the great sun immortal." When Chu Iran heard Xiao Changtian's words, she also stood up to express her gratitude to the great sun immortal. After the beast tamer sect was destroyed, Perfected De Yong sent many people to deliver supplies to them. Hence, Chu Iran was very grateful to Daoist Big Sunday. Being thanked by Chu Iran, who was stronger than him, Daoist Big Sun hurriedly stood up and responded. Chu Iran was Senior's favorite. She might even be Senior's future cultivation partner. Being able to build a good relationship with him was something that he could not ask for. As he thought about this, Daoist Big Sun turned to Xiao Changtian and Chu Iran and said, "Don't just sit there. These fruits are all prepared for you." These fruits were the bribes that the great sun immortal had received in secret because of his relationship with Xiao Changtian. As for these spiritual fruits, not to mention the other members of the great sun sect, even the great sun immortal himself was reluctant to eat them. After arriving at the great sun immortal's place, Xiao Changtian felt the dense immortal cultivation atmosphere around him. He had almost no worries about the ghost's possession. He picked up a grape on the table and put it in his mouth. Not only is this Daoist De Young approachable, he doesn't put on any airs towards mortals like me. He's simply a model in the cultivation world. Seeing Xiao Changtian eating the fruits he provided, the great sun immortal was also very happy. These days, Xiao Changtian didn't contact him much. The great sun immortal was afraid that he would become distant from Xiao Changtian. Today, Xiao Changtian had brought Chu Iran here to tell him about the ghost possession. He must have been thinking about him. Senior is so powerful, yet you still remember me. Senior has noble character and integrity, and we can't compare to you. Xiao Changtian was eating fruits in his mouth. He thought that he should not mistreat the great sun immortal, since he treated him so well. As a mortal, he couldn't help him with his cultivation, but the immortal De Yong was a calligraphy lover. Xiao Changtian took out a painting from his interspatial ring. Holding the calligraphy and painting in his hand, he handed it over to the great sun immortal and said, "Daoist Big Sun, this is a painting that I just made recently." The great sun immortal looked at the calligraphy and painting in Xiao Changtian's hand and quickly took it over and opened it. A ball of white flames was hidden in the snow mountain. Outside the snow mountain, there was a group of cultivators fighting each other. The immortal De Yong looked at the calligraphy and painting in his hand. In his mind, a picture of many cultivators fighting to the death for the white flame appeared. "Daoist Big Sun, what do you think?" Xiao Changtian said as he looked at the painting. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the great sun immortal finally broke free from his spiritual world. In his mind, the white flame could not be removed. Although it was a flame, it revealed an irresistible coldness. Was Senior telling him about other cultivation methods of flames? With this thought in mind, the aura on the body of the great sun immortal also rose steadily, and he had already reached the Mahayana realm. Feeling the change in his realm, the great sun immortal said to Xiao Changtian, "This painting is extremely wondrous. One haven't been able to fully comprehend it." Xiao Changtian smiled at the great sun immortal's words and said to the great sun immortal, "It's okay. If you like it, you can keep it and take your time." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the great Sun Immortal's eyes were filled with gratitude. Above the Tianyuan continent, the figures of the demon god's clone and the Ice Emperor slowly appeared. The Ice Emperor felt the thin spiritual energy in the world and said to the demon god's clone with dissatisfaction, "Demon god, the person you want to deal with can't be on this barren continent, right?" The demon god clone naturally knew what the Ice Emperor was thinking. The primeval essence beside him covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression. "Ice Emperor, one know what you're thinking, but I still have to remind you not to underestimate this land. This place is even more dangerous than some forbidden areas." As he spoke, the demon god clone recalled his unpleasant experience here. One time he was killed by an arrow, and the other time he was burned to death. The Ice Emperor's eyes flickered when he heard the word forbidden area. No one knew what he was thinking. Got it. Hurry up and get to work. In any case, his mission was only to help the demon god clone deal with the flames. In this place where the spiritual energy was thin, the flames were probably not as terrifying as the demon god's clone had said. This was good too. He could also save some effort. After obtaining the spirit recovery pill, he could head to the territory of the fire dragon race. Chapter 296. Chapter 296. Let's get rid of the ghost above first. 1. Chapter 296. Let's get rid of the ghost above first. 1. Above the Tianyuan continent, after hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the demon god's clone began to activate the true essence in its body and began to chant. Using his connection with his main body, the demon god clone quickly discovered Chu Iren's location. A dark green light flashed across his eyes as the demon god clone said to the Ice Emperor beside him, "Follow me." Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the great sun sect. Soon, the Ice Emperor and the demon god's clone appeared in the sky above the great sun sect. The two disciples guarding the door saw the two people in the air and felt the terrifying aura emitted from their bodies. "An expert has descended. Quickly report this to the forefather." As a great sun sect disciple said this, a force descended on his body. The great sun sect disciple turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. "Answer all things. Don't ruin my plans." After dealing with the great sun sect disciple, the demon god's clone spoke slowly. "I say, Yao God, aren't you being too cautious?" The Ice Emperor looked at the monster god beside her and said with some disdain. In his perception, there was no one in the entire great sun sect that he could take seriously. A place like this can be completely destroyed with just a casual spirit skill. You can't be telling me that the person you want to kill is here, right? Although the weaker the opponent was, the better. If he was too weak, wouldn't he lose his status? The monster god also heard the mockery in the Ice Emperor's words and felt a little uncomfortable. However, he still explained, "One can feel that the person who released the flames is here." After he was killed by the great Sun Immortal, the demon god's clone had also recorded his aura. While the demon god's clone was talking to the Ice Emperor, perfected Great Sun, who was in the main hall, also sensed the changes outside the Great Sun sect. Following which, bursts of green inner yuan began to rise from Chu Iren's body. Seeing Chu Iren's sudden situation, Xiao Changtian hurriedly walked over to her side. "Iren, what's wrong?" Xiao Changtian looked at Chu Iren in his arms and the green glow on her body. This scene was extremely similar to the situation of being possessed by a ghost back then. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to the great Sun Immortal beside him, "Daoist Big Sun, do you think Iren has been possessed by a ghost again?" Daoist Big Sun looked at Chu Iren's condition and was about to say something when a voice came from outside the hall. "This time, you shall disappear from this world." Hearing this voice, Xiao Changtian and the great Sun Immortal walked out of the hall. In the air, the Ice Emperor and the demon god clone stood side by side, staring at the unconscious Chu Iren in Xiao Changtian's arms. Wasn't this the ghost that attacked Chu Iren last time? Seeing the doppelganger of the demon god, Changtian quickly said to the great Sun Immortal beside him, "Daoist Big Sun, I'll have to trouble you to take this ghost away. The Great Sun Immortal nodded at Xiao Changtian and took out the Nanming Ignis diagram from his interspatial ring. He opened the Nanming primordial fire painting with both hands, and a terrifying flame shot out from the painting. Ice Emperor, I'll leave this to you. The demon god clone looked at the terrifying flames and felt a sense of fear. He retreated and said to the Ice Emperor, who was beside him. However, as soon as the demon god's clone finished speaking, he looked to his side and realized that the Ice Emperor was already standing in front of the Great Sun Immortal. The Ice Emperor looked a little excited. Looking at the interspatial ring in the Great Sun Immortal's hand, she said slowly, "What is hidden in your ring?" I felt an extreme coldness. The Great Sun Immortal looked at the Ice Emperor in front of him and didn't pay much attention to his words. He turned the scroll in his hands and aimed it at the Ice Emperor. Then a burst of flames shot towards him. "Damn it!" The Ice Emperor shouted loudly and took out a crystal-clear mirror from her bosom. Frost Ice Mirror. This was his natal spirit weapon. As soon as he took out the mirror, it emitted a bone-chilling coldness. The surrounding space began to snow. Bang! The flames hit the ice mirror, and a wave of melting ice and snow immediately appeared. Not good, the Ice Emperor shouted in her heart. Then, the ice mirror and the flames cast by the Great Sun Immortal were destroyed. The Ice Emperor looked at her burnt palm, and the Great Sun Immortal with an ugly expression. The materials used to make this ice frost mirror did not come from the divine realm at all. Instead, it was made from the Xian crystals he found when he went on an expedition outside the divine realm at his peak. For so many years, no one could break through his defense at all. He did not expect that the flames would be more than he had imagined. In a single exchange, they had destroyed his ice frost mirror. As Daoist Big Sun attacked the Ice Emperor, Xiao Changtian watched as the green glow around Chu Iren grew stronger and stronger. He pointed at the demon god's clone in the sky and said to the Great Sun Immortal, "Daoist Big Sun, let's get rid of the ghost in the sky first." When the Great Sun Immortal heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded his head, although he sensed that the Ice Emperor was a little dangerous. However, there was no enemy that the Nanming Ignis diagram could not defeat. The demon god's clone in the air looked down at Chu Iren, his eyes flickering. "We can't go on like this. The main body is about to awaken." Although he said that, the demon god clone had no intention of leaving. This time, he came out of seclusion to completely destroy his main body. With that thought in mind, the demon god clone unleashed all of its inner yuan and charged towards Chu Iren. At this moment, the Great Sun Immortal also pointed the scroll in his hand at the demon god's clone. Bang! The demon god clone looked at the sudden burst of flames. What was going on? Why didn't the Ice Emperor stop him? The situation before him didn't allow him to think too much. The demon god clone turned around and tried to dodge the attack of the flames. He was still very afraid of the power of this flame. However, the flames released by Daoist Big Sun were still following closely behind the demon god's clone. The demon god clone dodged the flames in midair, but he was still burned by them. Looking at the Ice Emperor below, the demon god clone could not help but shout angrily, "Ice Emperor, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, the Ice Emperor rolled her eyes at him. The contempt in her eyes was gone. Instead, he stood at the side and looked at him. With the power of the flames just now, it would be good enough if he did not die if he went up. He even wanted to block the other party. While the Ice Emperor was watching, the Great Sun Immortal used the flames of the Nanming Ignis diagram to catch up to the demon god's clone. Aha! The demon god's clone let out a blood-curdling scream before shouting at the Ice Emperor below. "Ice Emperor, you are a man without faith." As he spoke, the demon god clone was also engulfed in flames. Chapter 297, Chapter 297. What kind of deal is this? Not interested. Chapter 297. What kind of deal is this? Not interested. Great Sun Sect. Holding the Nanming Ignis painting, the great sun immortal aimed at the demon god's clone in the sky. Under the corrosion of the flames, the demon god's clone's aura became weaker and weaker. It looked at the Ice Emperor below with a look of unwillingness. Slowly, under the corrosion of the flames, the demon god doppelganger and its aura completely dissipated into the air. Bang! The demon god doppelganger exploded in midair, turning into a sky full of green starlight. Following that, the green starlight gathered on Chu Iren's body. Xiao Changtian watched as the green starlight poured into Chu Iren's body, not knowing what was going on. Chu Iren, who was still unconscious in his arms, seemed to be slowly returning to normal after the green starlight entered her. In Chu Iren's mind, her surroundings were pitch black, as if she was in the middle of the night. Slowly, a portrait appeared in front of her. "Is this me?" Chu Iren said in disbelief, as she watched the scene in the air. In the video, Chu Iren was exuding a terrifying aura as she sat quietly on a throne. Below the throne were a group of demon beasts, including the explosive flame lion, the ice scale beast, the yellow rat demon clan. Without exception, they were all kneeling on the ground, worshipping Chu Iren. Chu Iren's gaze never left the screen. Gradually their gazes met. He blinked at her, and then her figure, and the entire scene slowly disappeared. He was the god of demons. Chu Iren's mind seemed to have gained some new information. And just as Chu Iren was about to digest him, she felt a throbbing pain in her head. In her mental world, Chu Iren hugged her head and felt the world around her spin. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Daong, who was standing in front of the Great Sun Divine Hall, stared at Chu Iren, who was in Xiao Changtian's arms. The green glow on Chu Iren's body slowly dissipated as well, and as it did, her aura rose steadily. In Taoist Big Sun's perception, Chu Iren's current cultivation level was probably comparable to the demon gods. The people around Senior couldn't be treated with common sense. The great sun immortal sighed in his heart. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time he had seen such a cultivation speed. As Xiao Changtian watched Chu Iren slowly return to normal, his worries dissipated a little. As expected of a cultivator with profound strength, Immortal De Yang couldn't be looked at with the eyes of a mortal. On the other side, the Ice Emperor had not attacked again after her Ice Frost mirror was destroyed. He had been silently watching the battle between Taoist Big Sun and the demon god's clone. After the demon god's clone was destroyed, perfected Great Sun turned his attention back to him. "Fellow Taoist, don't do it." Seeing that Taoist Big Sun was about to attack him, the Ice Emperor hurriedly waved his hand. The Ice Emperor had noticed something unusual about the Great Sun Immortal when he had just watched it. The cultivation level of the Great Sun Immortal was negligible to him. He was able to kill the demon god's clone entirely because of the painting scroll in his hand. Moreover, through observation, he found that as an immortal cultivator, Taoist Master De Yang was actually talking politely to a mortal without any breath. Even the Ice Emperor could not understand what was going on. However, none of this was important. What was important was that if he could find the owner of this painting, then there might be a new possibility of breaking the seal on his body. The spirit recovery pill only increased the probability of breaking the seal. However, with a super expert taking action, the effect would be greatly different. When the Great Sun Immortal heard the Ice Emperor's words, he didn't know what he was going to do. After all, when he was fighting with the demon god's clone, he didn't take the opportunity to attack him. "Tell me, what do you want?" The Great Sun Immortal looked at the Ice Emperor with a gloomy expression. He held the Nanming Ignis portrait and was ready to attack at any time. Although this guy was able to withstand the flames of the Nanming Ignis diagram and was not injured. However, with Senior by his side, no matter what tricks he played, he did not have to worry about anything. The Ice Emperor slowly walked toward the Great Sun Immortal and said to him, "Fellow Taoist, I have a spirit-gathering pill here. How about we make a deal?" As she spoke, a jade bottle appeared in the Ice Emperor's hand. Although she couldn't see what was inside, the spiritual energy in the surroundings became denser. The Ice Emperor looked at the great sun immortal with a smile. After taking out the spirit-gathering pill, it was obvious that he had enough confidence in himself. After all, cultivators cultivated their entire lives to improve their cultivation, and the spirit-gathering pill in his hand was a treasure that could improve their cultivation. When he was a low-level deity, he had once relied on the spirit-gathering pill to break through several levels. Under the effect of the spirit-gathering pill, the body's absorption of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth would greatly increase. When he was only a low-level deity, he had already given him such great help, let alone this cultivator in front of him, who wasn't even a low-level deity. The great sun immortal looked at the jade bottle in the Ice Emperor's hand with a wary expression. As there were too many people who wanted to build a good relationship with him recently, the immortal of Great Sun also understood a principle. If he was trying to curry favor for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. "What deal?" the Great Sun immortal said slowly to the Ice Emperor, while keeping his guard up. "Although I don't know what this guy wants to do, I'll make a plan after one figure out his goal. If it really doesn't work, one can only invite Senior. As long as you tell me who gave you the painting, this pill will be yours. With your current cultivation, I reckon that after you consume it and enter seclusion for a period of time, you will be able to reach the Supreme God realm. After all, as an immortal cultivator, you should know that your own strength is the most important. Relying on external items is ultimately not a long-term solution." The cultivation of a Supreme God realm expert was probably a realm that this old Taoist would find difficult to pursue in his entire life. As he spoke, the Ice Emperor felt as if everything was within his control. Supreme God realm. The great sun immortal did not understand the strength and cultivation of the divine world at all, so he had some doubts in his heart. Then he asked, "How is he compared to that guy just now?" Hearing that the great sun immortal didn't even know about the Supreme God realm, the Ice Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. This person from the lower realm did not even know about the Supreme God realm. He did not know how much luck he had exhausted to obtain that painting scroll. With this thought in mind, Ice Emperor said to the great sun immortal, "There's still some distance between you and that fellow just now. However, you shouldn't be too greedy. A Supreme God realm expert is also a well-known expert in the divine realm. With the picture scroll in your hand, if you want, I can bring you to the divine realm. At that time, you can also become the ruler of a region." In order to get the great sun immortal to reveal the owner of the painting, the Ice Emperor started to make things difficult for him. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the great sun immortal also looked at him with disdain. "What kind of deal is this? I'm not interested. If you want to fight, then fight. My great sun sect has never been afraid of anyone." After a round of communication, Taoist De Yong finally understood. This blue-haired guy wanted to visit Xiao Changtian, and even wanted to tempt him with a pill. He had just witnessed Chu Iren's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. No matter how fast this medicinal pill improved, would it be able to help him improve faster? Fighting here today might disturb Senior's cultivation of the mortal world. It wasn't easy for Senior to come here. If this continued, what would he do if he angered Senior? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.